If your light comes on, Craig.
All right.
One, two, three, right? Okay. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. First, I'll announce the substitutes and then any other reminders. So substituting today for Grand Falls Windsor Buckens, we have Cape St. Francis, MHA Wall. Substituting for Lake Melville, we have Carbonear Trinity Bay Deverd, Minister Crocker. Substituting for Mount Pearl North, we have Conception Bay East, Bell Island, Minister Hutton. Substituting for Waterford Valley, we have Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon, Minister Lovelace. So typically we take about a 10-minute break halfway through. Just some reminders, please. When you're about to speak, wave so that the broadcast can see you. Wait for your tally light to come on and say your name. If your light doesn't come on, I will say your name. Often they leave the minister's lights on so you can go back and forth. But the other members, your lights will go on and off. The water coolers are in the back and behind here. Please don't adjust the chairs. We're going to start with introductions over here for the committee and substitutes, and then we'll move over here to the minister. The minister will introduce herself and then the other members, and then we will adopt the minutes. And when we start, after the clerk enters the clause, we will then, minister has 15 minutes to speak. Okay, so I now ask the committee members and the substitutes and caucus employees please to introduce themselves. I'll start here in the front row on my right.
Jody Wall, MHA, Cape St. Francis.
Ashley Bleedy, official opposition staff.
Elvis Lovelace, MHA, Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon.
Fred Hutton, MHA, Conception Bay East, Bell Island.
Steve Crocker, MHA, Carbonear Trinity Bay Deverd.
Eileen Anderson, GMO.
And we have MHA Craig Party sitting as an observer. Okay, Minister.
Sarah Studley, Minister of Housing.
Alan Duty, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Newfoundland Labrador Housing Corp.
Mike Tizard, Executive Director, Financial and Corporate Services.
Melanie Thomas, Executive Director, Community Partnerships and Homelessness.
Joe Mercer, Executive Director, Regional Operations and Engineering.
Bradley George, Executive Assistant to the Minister of Housing.
Nancy Walsh, Media Relations Manager, Newfoundland and Labrador Housing.
Okay, so before we start the SMS process, I ask for an adoption of the minutes from April 16th. Can I have a mover, please? The Minister for Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon, has adopted the minutes. Yeah. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. I ask the clerk to call the first subhead.
1.1.01 to 1.1.02 inclusive housing.
Shall 1.1.01 to 1.1.02 inclusive carry? Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, team, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Newfoundland Labrador Housing staff for being here today. So I've been in this role a few weeks now. I think my district has the most housing of any district. Newfoundland Labrador Housing, I guess, apartments and houses and units. So I guess coming into this role, I felt very experienced with Newfoundland Labrador Housing. I like to think Mr. Follett and I are best friends, but the team at Newfoundland Labrador Housing does amazing work in helping people of the province. So it's been an honor to learn more about the organization in this role. So obviously, housing is a huge problem for Newfoundland Labrador, for people in the province, as is the country. And so I guess Newfoundland Labrador Housing mandate is, I try and remind myself, is to help those on low income with housing challenges. So I think as a government, we certainly own the responsibility of overall housing, how does everyone afford housing? But I guess Newfoundland Labrador Housing in particular is around those with low income public housing. And so saying that, there's the 5-point housing plan because we recognize that, we need more of all levels of housing. The government, we've made record high investments in housing for the last 2 years, and budget 2025 continues that. And so we recognize, obviously there's not one magic bullet for this, but there's, it's really a mix, and we have to do a lot of things in order to make a difference. Newfoundland Labrador Housing owns, houses, they own units, there's private and community sector ownership and active construction in terms of building more units in the private community sector. We maintain and repair a very large collection of properties. So Newfoundland Labrador Housing is the largest landlord in the province. We also do rent supplements to help people in the private market. So obviously there's people going in Newfoundland Labrador Housing owned apartments, houses, but there's also then rent supplements that we give to people from an affordability perspective when they meet the criteria to help them rent in the private market. And Newfoundland Labrador Housing also is responsible for transitional and supportive housing. So in terms of building new home construction, Newfoundland Labrador Housing are currently building hundreds of new homes, new units. So this includes more than 180 affordable rental homes through the Affordable Rental Housing Program and more than 40 market rentals through the 5-point plan loan program with support through provincial funding, as well as active construction on 32 units in Pleasantville, here in St. John's, completed later this year. And I guess in terms of just overall housing, we are seeing other apartment buildings come up. Like I know in my own district of Mount Sion near the university, there's I think 3 towers of apartments going up. Now those are for students. The company has in mind that they're going to rent those out to students, but that frees up a lot of other rental properties around St. John's that students are usually go in. So I think obviously it's a complicated mix of private, public sector, community partners, but overall, and I know the government is seized with how to improve affordability and how to make sure that everyone has a safe roof over their head. So the Affordable Rental Housing Programs supporting projects that will build approximately 800 affordable rental homes, and the loan program has approved funding for projects that will build over 450 market rentals. So as a government, and I would say this goes beyond Newfoundland Labrador Housing, but we're also making government land available for development. And so the first meeting I had as Minister of Housing was with a developer looking for land to build low-income properties on the Avalon. And so the team kind of lean in there and work with people across government to find out where is Crown land that we can work with a private developer on to develop land for more low-income housing. And then we have over 100 homes announced in last year's budget in Western, Central, and in Labrador West. We're going to see shovels on the ground on 50 provincially owned homes in Western Newfoundland this year, a 40-unit apartment building in St. John's, and 4 new homes in Lab West. We budget 2025 had $40 million to continue ongoing housing construction this year. And then in addition to adding more stock of units to the marketplace, obviously, as the biggest landlord in the province, Newfoundland Labrador Housing does significant work in maintaining and fixing properties that are in the market. So they, as a landlord, they are a landlord of more than 5,500 homes and units. And so that is an extensive property collection of which to maintain and fix and turn over and repair for the clients of Newfoundland Labrador Housing. So this is like a routine maintenance with over 14,000 work orders completed every year to major repairs when someone leaves a property. And so over the last 2 years, Newfoundland Labrador Housing has turned around, like refurbished, over 800 units. Because obviously there's always people leaving their rental property. And so when you think about, like if you had a few or even a basement apartment, if someone moves out and you want to advertise it, they got to move out. You got to go have a look. You got to clean it out. How many you got to estimate the damage. You got to fix the damage if there's any. You got to put a new coat of paint on. So you have to do the work. Then once it's all done, then you have to say who's going to go in this unit or in this house. Get them to come and see it. They have to accept it. So the time between when someone moves out and when someone moves in, essentially that's the vacancy rate in Newfoundland and Labrador housing. And so some of them, obviously we prioritize the quick turnovers because we want to get as many people into Newfoundland and Labrador housing units as possible. But sometimes there are like fires where a whole unit or multiple units are destroyed, and so obviously the turnover time between someone moving out or the fire and someone moving in is a lot longer. And so Budget 2025 includes $26 million in cost-shared funding for repairs and maintenance, which continues the $8 million increase that was introduced last year. So we have work underway in repairing homes in the Nativit communities of Nain, Hopedale, and Makovic, a 4-year, $12 million investment introduced last year. And so obviously, like, housing is not an overnight solution. Building houses, building apartments takes a long time. We have gotten started. That work is underway. And I also think that Newfoundland and Labrador housing is impacted by the just the scope of the available contractors in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. You know, we have, as a government, a very large infrastructure agenda, and you know, there's only so many companies who do that work in addition to Newfoundland and Labrador housing staff in terms of builds and then fixes, and so that is also a constraint of Newfoundland and Labrador housing. I also want to highlight, so I guess homelessness is a critical part of Newfoundland and Labrador housing, and so I've learned a lot about this so far in the few weeks in this role. And so there's the partnership at Horizons at 106 with End Homelessness, with individuals living there. There's new supportive and transitional housing units at the Gathering Place, which I was fortunate enough to tour last week. And now we have over 210, we're working towards 210 supportive and transitional housing units in the province. So we also oversee the staffed emergency shelter beds with 120 added since 2020. Ideally, you know, no one would need a shelter, but unfortunately, you know, that we do find ourselves in a position where more and more people need emergency shelter for a range of reasons. And a lot of those are people, and a lot of them have kind of complex challenges, so I know that is a particular challenge. It's not just the roof. If it was just putting a roof overhead, that'd be the easy part. But you know, they have a lot of unique needs, and I think our community partners and Newfoundland Labrador Housing takes great care in helping those individuals. So we now have new shelter standards. They were released last year. There's a new shelter standard supervisor that is working, and an implementation committee seized with making sure that our shelter standards are in place and are enforced across the province. So there's also, aside from the 12,000 residents who live in Newfoundland Labrador housing units, obviously then there's the supplement, the RET supplement. So we help low-income renters afford the private market with $23 million in cost-shared funding for rental assistance that supports over 2,600 individuals or families. So in addition to the 5,500 units that Newfoundland Labrador Housing owns and maintains, we also have 2,600 individuals or families benefiting from rent supplements. And then the 5-point plan, really getting at how we how we improve the situation across the province overall in terms of housing. And is not just in Newfoundland Labrador housing. This includes $4 million for the secondary and basement suite program, with over 40 such units approved, and $225,000 for the first-time home buyers program. And so far, over 240 individuals or families have purchased their first homes as a result of the 5-point plan. So that is my introduction. Thank you very much. And between myself and the excellent team in Newfoundland Labrador Housing, I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The MHA for Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks. As quickly as possible, I was trying to make notes as you were speaking, but if I do have a question to touch from your opening remarks, we'll go for that. But thank you for that. So first of all, the grant to NL Housing has been reduced according to the estimates, from 136 to 113 million. Just please explain why, and what does this mean for programming?
I'll pass that over to Alan Duty, please.
Deputy Minister Duty.
Yeah, so the majority of, or predominantly that reduction reflects the cash flow related to the affordable housing program. And it's important to note that there's no reduction in services or cuts in services being provided by Newfoundland and Labrador Housing.
Thank you, Alan, for that. Minister, last year in estimates, the minister at the time said that work was ongoing to meet with the more immediate and longer-term housing needs. It was said in his opening remarks. Could you please give us an update on how you forecast the longer-term housing needs, and what does your department consider long-term?
Very excellent question. Anyone want to help me with that? Yeah, I mean, as you know, I've had a few weeks in this department. I've
Understood.
You know, but yes, I will. Sure, Alan, if you want to take
Alan Duty.
Yes, and thank you for the question. So, so from a long-term housing needs, there's been a lot of work been done over the last 12 to 18 months on housing needs assessments across the province. Many people are aware CMHC had predicted that Newfoundland and Labrador would need up to 60,000 units built by a certain time frame. But the work that's been done at the provincial level actually indicates that that's roughly around 9,000 homes that would need to be required to be built. So, I mean, I think based on what the Minister had indicated in her opening remarks, there is a host of different programs being offered through Newfoundland and Labrador Housing and through the provincial government at large, not just building housing that's affordable, but housing and affordable housing. So I think that's those are the programs that are in place to address that. And there's and the Minister can speak to these, but there's some of the planned bills. For example, there's a 40-unit apartment building being built in Pleasantville that's intended to start sometime, at least go to tender sometime this summer. So there's a host of different programs that are being leveraged to address that needs. And that's happening across all forms of government as well. It's just not the provincial government. So federal government are engaged, so are municipal governments on solving that problem.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to consider what is longer term, do you have a time frame on, going by the previous minister's remarks, what would be longer term?
We're thinking, so I mean a 10-year time frame, I think, from the longer term perspective.
Thank you. Madam Chair, is it, I'm okay to...
The light is on.
Yes, but I'm okay to refer by first name, or is it Mr. Duty? Because I think I may have called you Alan that time.
I'm happy with either.
Okay, just no disrespect
The
intended.
seating plan says Alan Duty.
Okay,
So.
all right, thank you. Minister, I'd suggest that we have a current and immediate shortage of housing units, as we know from the media and from of course all of our conversations, both NL housing units and units in the broader community. So, any factors from your department on what would have caused this? Had it been forecasted 5 or 10 years ago? Is there anything from your department as to what would cause this immediate housing shortage, not just with NL housing, but in the broader community as well?
Thank you. I guess my understanding, obviously, it's people moving from rural Newfoundland into urban. I think we see that. And I've also learned and been surprised about how many people come from out of province and end up calling the emergency shelter line. So I don't know if they come here with that plan, or, as an MHA, I've actually had to deal, helped numerous individuals who are here, and they call and they say, I'm from Ontario and I don't have anywhere to live and I don't have any money and I can't get home. And so just helping those individuals as well. It is a challenge. I don't know if anyone else had anything to add. Oh, sure, Alan.
Alan Duty?
No, so I don't think there's, this is coming out of COVID, and there's been lots of changes, I think, across the whole spectrum as far as items are. So it's a national trend. Like, this is not just something that's unique to Newfoundland and Labrador. We're seeing this across the whole country, and the demand for housing. So I think that's just important to know.
Thank you. Last year in estimates, Minister, an official said there had been meetings with modular providers. Could we get an update on modular providers for the province, please?
Alan Duty.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, so there is actually, we have staff that have attended different types of programming and shows in Toronto and areas like that to meet with modular companies. There are some modular companies that are working here in the province. Some of them are more about smaller bills and larger complex bills, but we are engaged with multiple modular companies even out of Quebec, where some of them have a track record of doing some bills in the Lab City area for different programs. So modular is always part of the discussion, and the last tenders that we've issued, we're not saying specifically what type of build it has to be, so modular companies are also welcome to bid on those tenders.
Good to know. Thank you. Minister, again, last year in estimates, there was a suggestion on using the Grace General Hospital site for affordable housing. And I know, and I understand you're only in the department a couple of weeks, but did this conversation happen, and is there any movement with respect to that particular area?
At the moment, I do not believe the former Grace Site Hospital will be used for low-income housing. I think it's important to note, so we have 106 Horizons, and there's 70-something individuals there at the moment, as of last week. And so I think it's important to note that that model has seen success in terms of putting wraparound supports around people with really complex needs, and housing being the one that brings them in the door, but then they have a range of other needs that we have to help them with while they're there in order to help them transition to more permanent or community housing. So that model, I think, is moving people along the housing continuum to more long-term housing. And so I think part of that conversation is, what is the right size of facility for that? And it's probably going to always be in flux. And then where is the long-term location of that? I don't think it'll be in that location, because that was kind of an emergency situation. But so I think now we're thinking about, what does that space look like? And I know the Gathering Place just opened, I believe it's 50, well, I think there's 10 people there now, Mercy House. So they're going to be housing up to 50 people at Mercy House, which will be the same sort of thing, where they're providing wraparound supports to individuals at the Gathering Place, just next to the Gathering Place, run by the Gathering Place. And so once all these supports are in place, where's the gap? And hopefully ideally we don't need a facility with wraparound supports, but if we do, then what does that long-term look like? I don't think the Grace site is one of those, but.
Thank you, Minister. So if the Grace site is not one of those, is there any conversation with respect to anything in Centre City because of the sheer volume of numbers of homelessness that we're facing? Anything from in the Centre City area, or no?
Well, I would say that I've been in this role for a few weeks now. I'm very excited for the new Premier Hogan, and I guess the new government under Premier Hogan or Premier Designate Hogan. I think some of those. I don't want to necessarily assume that anything that has been will be. So I think those are discussions that the new government under Premier Hogan will be having in terms of what that landscape looks like. And I haven't had the opportunity to chat with the Premier Designate about that issue yet, but I know housing is a key issue of this government, and all those decisions will be coming.
Thank you, Minister. I'll go back to estimates again from last year, and the previous Minister of Housing committed to using provincial lands for development of affordable housing. You mentioned that in your opening remarks with respect to Crown lands. So can you share how many units have been constructed through this process, and are any occupied through this change in policy?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Alan, so helpful. So we are nearing completion on the 32 units in Pleasantville. We have another 158 units under construction through the Affordable Rental Housing Program. So overall in the 5-point plan loan program as well, there was 461 in total. 46 of those are currently in active construction. So that would be where we've seen, you know, some companies use Crown lands. And again, there's still a lot of organizations in the planning process. Like my first meeting was with a developer who wanted Crown land or government land for a low-income, like a smaller scale residential low-income development. And so, you know, our team then connected and they presented, there's like 6 or 7 parcels of land, and they said, here's, you know, would any of these work for you? So it is very, I would say, collaborative, and we do really want more low-income housing. So if anyone else is out there, please send them our way.
Well, thank you for that. With respect to what you just described, has there been any development agreements put in place for those parcels of land? Anything that's in the works in addition to what you said over and above, or land that has not been developed yet? Any agreements in place?
Yeah, so actually I'm going to defer that. I'm just going to defer that to Joe Mercer because I don't want to misquote, but I believe there's 4 active agreements on government land being executed.
Joe Mercer? Joe Mercer?
Okay, yes, we are. So there's the agreement in Lab West where we're building 4, literally waiting for the frost to come out of the ground. Contractor checks in with us on a weekly basis now to say, you know, gives us the reduction of frost each year. We're also looking at a piece of land in Gander, which we're hoping to get around 50 units in. There's also a piece of land that we currently had that we tore some housing down that was no longer salvageable, and a tender went out for that, and now we've kind of revised the tender a little bit to sort of get what we wanted. So that's another 50 in the western part of the province. And then of course here in the city, we've also, we mentioned the 32 units that are almost done. They should be done this summer. We've recently built 8 across the street from those, so they are done and lived in. And we are also looking at, in the center city area, a new model of micro units, and to try that. So there's a fair bit in addition to the things that have already been mentioned.
Thank you, Joe. Minister, I just want to go back. I was again trying to write some notes as you were speaking. Just to confirm some numbers, did you say 46 out of 461 are active from the 5-point plan? Was that? Did I write that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Minister, the Seniors Advocate recently said that more access to home repair programs could help seniors stay in their homes longer, reducing the demand for personal care homes and long-term homes. So what has NL Housing done in response to the Seniors Advocate's comment?
Thank you. So we do have obviously funding in the home repair program, which we're maintaining. I don't know if anyone else has anything they want to add to that. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, we have not fully, we've received the report recently, so we're still like officially reviewing our actions to that report.
Thank you, Minister. On new builds, last year the budget included $36 million over 4 years to build 100 homes in Corner Brook, Central, and Lab City, as were mentioned earlier. Can you give us an update of these 100 new homes? How many are built and occupied?
Who wants to take that? Sure,
Joe Mercer.
I know, sorry, Joe. I know you just mentioned with respect to the numbers, Lab West, Gander, but with respect to those 100.
Yep. So they're the same ones. So all 3 projects are in different stages right now.
Okay.
Like I said, the 4 in Lab West are tendered, awarded, contractor, literally waiting to break ground. In Central, we're currently going through the process for the underground infrastructure. There's going to be well over $1 million we're estimating right now of underground infrastructure before we can actually start construction above ground. And in Western, the tender was out. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. So we've revised how we put the tender out now to break it up. Instead of doing one major 50-unit build, we're breaking it up into multiple smaller builds, hoping to attract more bidders, more contractors. So, like I said, all three of those are in 3 different stages, but the groundwork, I guess you can say, has been done, and we're just waiting now to push it over the finish line to get them started.
Thank you for that. You answered my next question, too. And you mentioned earlier, Minister...
Oh, the member's time has expired, but there's nobody else. We'll start
Apologies.
again. The MHA for Cape St. Francis. We're sorry, but we have to restart the clock.
No worries. We good?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. I know it was mentioned earlier, Minister, with respect to the 32 units in Pleasantville. Have they been fully completed and now all occupied? I know that was mentioned earlier, but I didn't get it in my notes.
Okay. No, the 32 units are still under construction, but part of that agreement was that all 32 units had to be worked on concurrently, so that rather than stretching it out, that just 8 are there and all that being a construction site, we want them all done at the same time. So right now we are on schedule for the end of the summer, and at which point then we'll be able to make selections to move people in.
Thank you for that. And Minister, in your opening remarks, you mentioned about the $3 million over the next 4 years, $12 million for the repair homes in Natsiva. And again, you may have mentioned that, I just didn't get it in my notes. How many are left to be repaired, and how much of the $12 million has been spent?
Sure. So I will add before that, before I pass over the team for that. So one of the things, and I've met with MHA Brown about housing in Labrador, and I know that's a very important issue. And so, unfortunately, we didn't get any, just on Labrador, we didn't get any applications for the affordable housing program from Labrador. So I've reached out to the Labrador Chamber of Commerce, and we'll be engaging with, the Construction Association and whoever we can to figure out, why did no one apply from Labrador, and what can we do to get applications from Labrador, because we, if there's a tweak we need to make or something, we certainly want to do that, because, if the programs are not meeting the needs, then we definitely want to tweak them so that they are. So I just want to add that from Labrador. Oh, okay, so thank you. So in terms of your question, so the work has begun on the repair, the work that we're doing to repair the homes in Nain, Hopedale, and Makovic. There are approximately 50 homes that will be repaired and renovated when it's finished. So work has been completed. So work is finished on 40 homes at this stage. They're still working through the others. And so this funding also allowed the hiring of a maintenance and repair worker who lives in Nain, and they're responsible for the ongoing maintenance for that region.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, I have to be honest, I'm quite surprised that you had no applications from Labrador, given we hear regularly about the need in Labrador.
Yep.
So
Us too. Me too.
no, yeah, that one was really surprising. So now you have a new target date or new cutoff date for other applications, or is it just open-ended?
I don't think we've opened the program up. I'm trying to figure out what happened, like why did no one apply? Was there a problem? Like I'm proactively trying to figure out what I can do to get them to apply.
Okay.
If you have any ideas, please let me know, but yeah.
We'll certainly work on that one, thank you. Minister, last year in estimates, I was told the affordable rental housing program was given conditional approval to build 900 new affordable rental units. How many of these 900 units are now occupied?
Joe Mercer?
Actually occupied, to be honest, I'd have to find out that information for you. Staff would have that. There are a few of those programs that have completed. There are a lot more that are coming close to completion, and then a lot more that are this summer got their plans in place to get underway. And I'd like to add, if I could, just one of the great things about this program is it's providing a mixed market in areas where these are being built. So it's not just low-income housing in a neighborhood; it's low-income housing along with market rentals. So there's a mixed community. Perfect example is one that's getting very close completion in Pooch Cove. and it's going to be a beautiful neighborhood. And, you know, I think that's really important as well when we talk about some of the issues around housing. Not just the roofs over heads, it's also those, you know, so having a mixed market, I think is very important as well. And this affordable rental housing program is going to provide that for us, because with almost all of the applications, the developer has plans for both. They're using our money for the affordable, you know, where rents are going to be kept at an affordable rate for 15 plus years, but they're also using that opportunity then to build more market rentals that will help offset their project as well. So I can get the numbers. We can't get that, how many actually are currently moved in. I know there's not a great deal completed yet, but there are a lot nearing completion and a lot more that are starting this summer that are hoping by, you know, they're saying by the winter be closed in so they can work on them through the winter.
Thank you for that, Joe. And I do echo your comment about the development in Pooch Cove. That is going to be quite nice. People are certainly looking forward to it. So, Minister, through the secondary and basement suite incentive program, how many more units have been created, and how many approvals have been given under that program?
Oh, 40. 40.
40?
40.
40. Thank you. How many people have received assistance through the first-time homebuyers program, and how many have been approved versus how many are secured homes? So the first-time homebuyers program.
Just a second.
Certainly.
$240.
240. Thank you. And so that's how many received assistance. With respect to how many approved versus how many have secured homes, do we have that number?
Or Mike, do you want to?
Mike Tizard?
There's been 240 applications received for assistance and approved. I'll have to get the number for you to say how many actually completed their purchase.
Okay, I'd appreciate that, Mike.
Yep,
Thank you.
no problem.
Minister, with respect to the estimates book for housing, housing receives revenue from other sources. And it was also supposed to be brought into the core government, but it's still an outside corporation, not a line department. Has the thinking changed? Because last year in estimates, it was announced that it would be brought into core government. So has the thought on that changed, or is that still the thought going forward?
My understanding is that has not changed. I think that's not an easy, you know, the mechanics are still going through the process. Like I know I was always interested when I was in OCIO from an IT perspective, like the NLESD came into government, and there's still parts of IT that are like still being integrated from the schools, NL schools, into core government. So I know that takes a while, but I guess all I can say is that it's still in progress.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Minister, the total revenue for NL Housing this year, how much comes from federal government? What's your income from rentals? Do you have that breakdown?
Who wants to?
Mike Tizard?
Mike Tizard. It's through the Government of Canada this year, which comes from CMHC. NLHC should receive $60.9 million. Rent revenues, $22.3 million. There's some other revenues included. We have some cost-sharing agreements with the City of St. John's and some interest, which adds up to overall, with the provincial government grant of $113.8 million, just $201 million is the total revenue of NLHC planned for 25-26.
Thank you, Mike. Minister, what is the total staffing complement within NLHC?
Oh, thank you. The total, so we have 333 positions. There are currently 307 active employees and 26 vacancies.
Thank you. How many of these vacancies would be in the trades?
10.
Thank you. And with respect to our tradespeople within NLHC, how many do you currently have on staff as total staff for tradespeople? And would you have the breakdown of what the trades are with respect to carpenters, plumbers, electricians, what have you?
Sure. I'll pass it to, do you want to get answered?
Joe Mercer. Joe Mercer.
Yeah, so currently across the province, we have 93 maintenance staff positions. Because of some classifications within UNINET, there's a number of different classifications, but they range between carpenter, electrician, crew leaders, custodial workers, abatement workers, laborers, maintenance repair persons, maintenance repair person B, maintenance repairer, electrician, plumber, painter, plasterers. So there is a list here. I mean, I can read them all out to you by region, but it's 93 in total, and with a range of various trade backgrounds.
Thank you, Joe. Minister, can you provide a list of companies that do maintenance work or renovation work for NLHC?
Yeah, we can certainly provide that, yes.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to that. How many social workers are currently employed within the department?
Who wants to? Oh, no, it's okay. So while the team looks that up, one thing I've learned recently from my role as MHA is challenging in terms of keeping units repaired and habitable. I have a unit in my district where it's actually unsafe for staff to enter, and contractors have also refused. They've tried multiple times, and now all the contractors are refusing to access the unit, and it's unsafe for staff to access the unit. So I think it's very tricky in terms of who maintains different units. But anyway, so to answer that question, we have 17 social workers.
Thank you, Minister. With respect to wait lists and the statistics within NLHC, how many people are currently on the wait list for housing?
Thank you. So as of April 7th, the wait list was 2,535. 2,535.
35. And do you have a breakdown by region, where that's a provincial number? Do you have the region breakdown?
Sorry, I was busy preparing for IPGS. Anyway, yes, sorry. So we do have a breakdown. So I can tell you by region for 2025. So this would be as of March 28th. So just, sorry, to clarify, the number I gave you was as of April 7th, but all this is as of March 28th. Anyway, so March 28th, the total wait list was 2,498. And then the regional breakdown, Avalon is 1,218, Marystown is 70, Gander is 287, Grand Falls, Windsor is 385, Corner Brook is 286, Stephenville is 146, Goose Bay is 106, 106, for a total of 2,498, 2,498 on the wait list as of March 28th, 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Would you know, or do you have any statistics on how many of these families have children, or how many are seniors that are currently on your wait list?
I will say that a lot of them, I know a significant portion of the wait list is affordability, in the affordability category. I don't know if anyone has a breakdown. Yeah, we can certainly get that for you.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. And with respect to people on your wait list, how many are experiencing homelessness? They don't have anywhere to lay their head.
So I would, I guess, on that, like if anyone calls the 1-800 number for the emergency shelter home 1-800 number, which Newfoundland Labrador Housing operates, they'll get a roof over their head, and then there's a whole team that works to kind of lean in and help them get not only just a roof over your head for that one night, but then whether they have to go to the gathering place or somewhere else, and then how do we move them up to a place where they have more long-term housing. The answer is 433, but I can't remember what the question was, but...
No, my question was, Minister, how many of these on the current wait list are children or seniors?
Oh, no, I thought you asked
And that's the, so that was next one was homelessness. Yes.
Okay.
How many are experiencing homelessness? My apologies.
Okay, we have 430.
Thank you. Apologize for the confusion. Minister, the people on the wait list, how many are waiting for an accessible unit?
We're going to get that. The team will have a look. I know we are, for all of our current and future developments, planning 10% of our units to be accessible, which is very important, and the rest universal design. Okay, so as of March 28th, 2025, we have 22 applications and 12 transfer requests for fully accessible units in the Avalon region. And so the other areas of the province, there are 8 applications and 1 transfer request for a fully accessible unit.
Thank you. Minister, I know you alluded to earlier with respect to renovations and the difficulty that the department that you're having with respect to that, and that is appreciated, no doubt. But how many units are currently unoccupied because of the need of renovation?
Yeah, so I will, I guess, just reiterate while the team. So there's when someone moves out and someone moves in. That period of time is where someone has to go in and see what repairs need to happen. We need to plan those repairs, execute those repairs, and then have someone view the place, like offer it to someone officially, and then have them view it and then accept it, and then they move in. So that time is the vacancy rate, essentially. And obviously, I believe 20% of the units are long-term vacancies. You know, maybe the house was very nearly destroyed, needed significant work, a fire, something like that. So most of the time, they're able to, you know, put a coat of paint, fix some cabinets. So I will say yes. So as of March 28th, 4%, so total of 244 were vacant. And so of that number, and those are the people within that spectrum. Like there's no housing units sitting around ready to go vacant, obviously. Mm-hmm. They'd all be in somewhere in that spectrum of fixing, offering to someone moving in. 169 of those are in areas of demand which require minor to moderate repairs. And so all of these units are being readied for occupancy, and that period, obviously we try and make it as short as possible. And so 44 units require major repairs. And so 22 of those are scheduled in the next, you know, three months onwards. 16 of those have scopes that are going for tender, and 6 of those are kind of longer term, you know, because we can't do everything at once, and there's only so many contractors and so many, you know, so 29 of those have been offered to waitlisted applicants or are in the process of being offered. You know, I know as an MHA, I'm sure you and the others have as well, someone will call me and they say, oh, well, I was offered this, but I don't want this. I want something else. I want to be in this other location. So obviously that person who was offered, that would be a vacant unit, right? Because they're going through that process of accepting and no one's living in it there, but it's ready and available. But we have to give them time to come in and see it, and then they decline it, and then we go move to the next person. And so anyway, the other thing I'll mention is that 2 of the units are in areas with no demand. So I'm guessing one of those is Bell Island. I've had a few constituents who've been offered this house in Bell Island, and they all call me saying, oh my God, housing offered me this place in Bell Island. I've had a few of those calls. Sorry, Fred. But so there are, anyway. So two units are in an area with no demand. So those have been vacant for a longer period, and if your constituents would like, on the wait list would like those, please let us know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And no disrespect to the Minister, to the member from it.
No.
Except East Bell Island. Minister, with respect to shelter beds in the province, do you have, how many shelter beds do we have, and is the number at capacity? Are they always full, or is there any vacancy rate within shelter beds?
Thank you for the question. So obviously there's different, there's different, I'd say, categories as you progress through. I know at 106, there are currently 73 individuals. Now, those people have signed an agreement to live there, and it's not long-term, but we do have a team providing them with supports. They get meals, but they also get programming. I think I might take advantage, people might take for granted the fact that, like, I know how to budget and pay my bill on time and, live with other people. And, I recently was at the gathering place, and they were telling me how not everyone knows that you can't just eat raw chicken, and you can't cut up vegetables on a cutting board and eat them after you've just cut up raw chicken. Like, I knew that, but a lot of people just don't have that ground basic knowledge, and apply that to kind of rental situations. And a lot of our people, the people in the province living in the shelter system, they don't have those basic life skills that a lot of other people have. And so a lot of the supports for those individuals to get them to a place where they go up in the housing continuum is helping them. Like, I've seniors, single seniors, who their partner might pass away, and then I remember one man called me and said, "I've never made toast in my life. Like, I don't know, I'm going to starve to death." Like, he didn't know how to make toast, and so those kind of wraparound supports, I think, are a big part of what the team does. So, to answer your question, sorry, we currently have 305 shelter beds. This includes over 250 staffed supported beds. And so 82% of those are in Eastern, 12% in Central, 2% in Western, and 4% in Labrador. So that, so that wouldn't necessarily be the emergency shelter, but all the shelter places.
Thank you, Minister. How many beds are in women transition houses? Is that within the same 305?
Yes, that would be within the 305. So we have 10 transition houses, 5 in Labrador, 5 on the island, for transition houses specifically. And then, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, how many people are residing within hotels that are currently being funded by NLHC?
So sorry, the answer to your former question was 127 beds. Sorry. So at 106, we currently have 73 individuals. We have had, I think it was 18 individuals successfully transition from there into more stable housing. So, we kind of put a wraparound supports in place to help them learn some life skills that they need to be able to live independently. So, those would be at Airport 6. So I'm assuming you're including.
No, that wasn't my question. No.
You said hotel, but that was a former.
No, with respect to hotels outside of 106.
Okay. Does that include 106? Okay, that's 89.
89. Thank you.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Last year we had there was approximately 100, so the number's still pretty close. And again, just correct me if I'm wrong, from your opening remarks, rental subsidies people receive from NLHC, you said was about 2,600. Did I get that correct? 2,600 rental subsidies provided to people of the province? I think I got that from your opening remarks, Minister.
Sure. I'm just going to triple check that. If you want to move on, I'll just. Oh, sorry. As of March 31st, there were 2,405 clients as a result of the rent supplement.
Okay.
Plus, okay. Yeah, plus 319. Okay, I'll have to go back to my speaking notes, sorry. Over 2,700.
Okay.
Sorry, apologies.
No worries.
What's the number? I just get it. Oh, okay.
Plus the housing.
Okay. Okay. So it's 319 plus 2,405. Okay. There's two different programs.
Okay, so 2724. Thank you. Minister, how many units does the NLHC have with partnered managed housing?
Okay, just a second. So there are 1,116 units operated under the partnered managed housing program throughout the province.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'd like to get into some discussion about 106 Airport Road. And last year in estimates, we certainly talked at length about 106. And at that time, one of the officials said, quote, "The hotel is envisioned to be very interim and temporary measure," end quote. So I'm just wondering, is that still the case for 106 Airport Road?
Yes, that is absolutely the case. I think we need those wraparound supports for people with complex challenges. I know the Gathering Place is open to they have 50 in Mercy House with that in mind. So there's 10 currently in there now, and they're slowly ramping up, I think to up to 50. And so I think based on the needs of the population, because if we can take someone without these life skills with complex needs and give them the supports and the knowledge and the skills, life skills, so that they could transition into longer term housing, that everyone wins, right, if we can do that. So we still don't know what we're still working on, I guess, the population that needs help. I don't think we're at a point yet where we know what the average, like how many beds we're going to need with that supportive housing model in mind. Especially, as society changes, different needs appear. We might need more health. We might need more addictions support different times, and so that is still, that 106 is still an interim and temporary initiative. I think we will always need supportive housing. We're still working on what that medium, what the next step is, and how big that is.
Thank you, Minister. So we have a 3-year contract for 106 Airport Road. We're on approximately halfway there. So does the department have any plan on when the contract does expire with respect to what's next? Or is it what's going to happen after the 3-year contract is up? I know you just mentioned with respect to the needs of those in society.
Yep.
But from a department point of view, what is the plan for when the contract expires after 3 years?
So we are still working on that. I will say, health is also availing of that facility, so we have health services in there at the moment. We're trying to use the space to the best of our ability. There's some other uses I can tell you about, which I feel like for privacy I probably shouldn't, because the numbers are low, and anyway, I don't want to single anyone out. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Yes, so I mean the planning is actively underway. But, I know we are looking at what other health services we can use that facility for at the moment.
Thank you, Minister.
As a government, yeah.
Again, last year in estimates, an official did say that End Homelessness St. John's contract for 24-25 was projected at $3.6 million. What is the cost? What was the cost? That was projected cost. What was the actual cost for End Homelessness St. John's?
Okay, that was the cost.
Yep. Great, thank you. Do you have a projected cost for 25-26?
Yeah. 4.8.
4.8 for 25-26. Thank you. Again, with respect to costing, Minister, what was the cost for security at 106 for 24-25? And do you have a projected cost for 25-26?
So for this year, it's 1.2 million, and a portion of that for last year.
Okay, and projected cost for 25-26?
1.2.
1.2.
Yeah.
And again, with respect to costs and projected costs for meals at 106, what's the cost for meals for 24-25?
Yeah, that would be part of the end homelessness agreement. So that would be within that, yeah.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. So, Minister, when we look at everything, the whole ball of wax, when you calculate everything with respect to the building, meals, security, healthcare, wraparound services, do you have a total cost to date for 106 Airport Road?
We could certainly get that. I will say, though, we are actively, we are actively looking at how to best use that space from a government perspective, and that part of that, I think, has and will be from a Newfoundland Health Services perspective. So there's currently Newfoundland Labrador Health Services I guess, work underway there, and so that is currently very much in development in terms of using that space, any extra available space, because we have some health services in there for the 73 individuals who have very complex needs. We're looking at how else we can use that space from a healthcare perspective.
Okay, understood. But with respect to the cost of everything, you don't have a total cost now with respect to building meals?
Yeah, we can come back to you on that.
You can come back? I would appreciate that. Thank you. So you just mentioned, Minister, 73 individuals. Is that the current number at 106?
Correct.
Would you have any idea on the average length of stay? I know that would vary from one individual to the next, but do you have an average length of stay at 106 Airport Road?
I know that there have been, I think it's 18 people have transitioned out and up, let's say, to more stable housing. There have also been a few residents who weren't a good fit because we have to keep in mind the safety and the productivity, I guess, and we want this to be a positive experience where they can learn skills and move on and upwards to more stable housing. So we have moved out individuals who were not a good fit. So I don't, I don't have the average length of stay, but it's not designed to be a long-term, but, everyone's unique needs are different, and so they're being supported as best they can. They're being provided a lot of help to try and get them to a place where they can live independently.
No, understood and appreciated. And I'm glad to hear 18 individuals have transitioned further. That is good to hear. So if you have 73 individuals currently, 18 transitioned out for a total of 91, is that how many individuals have gone through?
Yeah, we also had 18 discharged that were not a good fit.
Okay, so 73, 18, and 18. Thank you, Minister, for clarification on that. Minister, with respect to emergency shelters, how much did the NLHC spend on emergency shelters in 24 and 25? And how does that compare to the year before?
Just a second. Do you want to answer this, or I can? Okay. So, in the 2025-2026 budget this year is $17.9 million for the emergency shelter program. And that includes shelter to 1,736 individuals throughout the province.
17.9 million, 1,736 individuals. How does that compare to the year before, Minister? Do you have that comparison?
Yeah, we'll have to go back and get that for you.
Okay, so we'll make note of that as well. And I'm not sure if you answered this question already. How much is budgeted for emergency shelters 25-26?
So the emergency shelter program is $17.9 million in 2025-2026.
25-26. Okay. And was that the same for 24-25?
I'll have to get back to you, sorry.
Okay. Okay. And Minister, again, you touched on this in your opening remarks. I think you mentioned 14,000 work orders completed for annual maintenance. So what specific criteria does NLHC use in determining the quality and the timeliness of repairs? Do you have any metric that you look at with respect to those work orders and the quality and time of the repairs?
So I will say, I don't know if you have this kind of experience. I have a lot of housing in my district. So I have a seniors building, a low-income seniors building, and there's one resident who puts toothpicks in the locks. There was 1 week where every night they put toothpicks in everyone's locks in their doors. So then everyone wakes up and they can't use their door anymore because they can't stick the keys in. So then Newfoundland Labrador Housing has to change tens of locks for everyone because one of the residents is being, sticking toothpicks in everyone's door locks. So I guess, like, it's not, it's a complex world Newfoundland Labrador Housing operates in, and that, they have to do normal repairs, and like you would imagine in your own basement apartment, let's say, but they're also dealing with malicious, repairs that impact tenants and also other tenants. And like I mentioned, I have constituents in Newfoundland Labrador Housing units where it's not safe for Newfoundland Labrador Housing staff to enter the property, and the contractors have all refused to enter the property. So it is a complex, I don't know if you want to add anything else, Joe or Alan.
Alan Duty?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to, take the opportunity to compliment all the hardworking staff at Newfoundland Labrador Housing and the maintenance staff, because they are quite busy. And I think, if I understand you correctly, you're asking about metrics, about measurements, but I mean, the complexity ranges, right? So depending on, it's really hard to have set metrics on, how long it takes to paint a house and stuff like that's probably very simple. But if you have to replace cabinetry and things of that nature, it adds time to it. So, I mean, I think the short answer is that everyone's working diligently to get housing back on the market as quick as possible. And of course, there's oversight of those processes. And, but, like I said, it ranges through plumbing fix to electrical problems and, depending on how major the repair is. But the goal is to try to get the house on the market back available to be occupied as soon as possible.
No doubt, and I'm sure that the staff at NLHC are doing what they can. I was not aware that putting toothpicks in door locks was even a thing, but that does put a lot of things in perspective when you're looking at time-wise and hours spent. That's a new one. Thank you both for that. Minister, how does NLHC plan to ensure, with respect to maintenance standards in provincially owned homes, are met to prevent further deterioration? And I can appreciate and understand full well that it's not, as you just explained, the metric system is not cut and dry with respect to work being done. However, do you have a maintenance standards plan that's met province-wide?
I'll pass over the team to comment. My personal opinion is there's so much I've had constituents who move out of their Newfoundland Labrador Housing unit, rip the door off, and not tell anyone they're leaving, and then the whole place is ruined. I guess they do a great job. Kudos to the Newfoundland Labrador Housing staff. I guess it's really just so much more than having a standard, Well, I have a seniors building, and when a resident moves out or is no longer living there anymore, they come in and they replace the flooring and they, give it a coat of paint. They might replace the cabinets. Depending on if someone's been in there 20, 30 years, they kind of do a refresh. And the next people, the next people moving in, they sign a contract and they're paying a portion of their income, and they want a good, a safe, not super modern, but not too worn place that they're moving into. So it's I don't think there's a question or an issue with the quality of the work that Newfoundland Labrador Housing is doing. I don't know if anyone else wanted to add anything.
Alan Duty?
Just to answer the question, there is a standard and a plan for for maintenance. So every house is listed, in every residence is listed in that maintenance plan. So for example, exterior maybe upgrade every 5 years, for example. So that's the type of plan. Of course, but we're also inspecting homes as well. Like, so we're doing drop-in visits or scheduling visits and inspecting homes, and inspectors will pick up on things that may need to be done earlier. So then they're slated, and it may readjust the plan a little bit, but there is actually a standard and a plan being applied.
Okay, and that's what I was looking for, Alan. Thank you for that. And I understand working with the day-to-day events does throw a monkey wrench into these plans and what have you. So, no, I understood. Minister, how many of NLHC buildings have elevators? And are all? Do we have any? And do we have any of these buildings with elevators that elevators are not working?
Mr. Studley?
I know they do. I have a building in my district with an elevator, and you know, there is a shortage in putting my former hat on. I know there is a shortage of elevator repair technicians in Newfoundland and Labrador. I know something that the Minister of Digital Government Service and L is seized with. But I don't know if we know the number of elevators that we oversee.
Joe Mercer.
I can get you the exact number. I can, right now, off the top of my head, I can think of 4 buildings where we have elevators in. They are all operational. One of them, we have had issues periodically, and that it breaks down, and it is very difficult now. It's pretty well aged. Very difficult to get the parts that are required for it. So we're able to come up with ways to get it working again. You know, but while we're trying to think of a bigger plan to fix it on a more permanent basis, but we can't get you the exact number across the province.
Okay, and would that be online? Is that something we can just check out online, or is that something that has to come from, as you mentioned, GGSNL? Or
No, I guess Newfoundland Labrador Housing would know for sure how many elevators we're responsible for, so we will get you that. It's just Service and L is always responsible for the overall, like, elevator regulations and legislation, elevating devices.
Okay, thank you, Minister. The strategic allocation of increased funding with the recent $8 million increase in repairs, maintenance and renovations budget, how does government plan on prioritising the allocation of these funds to make sure those repairs are completed?
So I'll pass it over, but I will say, I guess, that we want to get as many people into housing as possible. And I know that historically there was a large families would need housing, and now the trend is more single people. So you know, that changes the makeup and need and mix, and houses don't appear overnight. But does anyone else want to? Joe or Alan?
Alan Duty?
So I just want to make sure you're asking about the maintenance budget for the corporation.
Yes, there was $8 million increase in the renovations repairs budget, and how does government prioritise those funds, making sure that the repairs are done in a timely manner?
Yeah, so for the major work, buildings that need major work, a little bit more planning and tender involved, but from a Newfoundland Labrador Housing Corporation perspective, we you know, the priority is really set on those that we can get back on the market as quick as possible. So through the assessment, whatever can be done quickly is done quickly first. And that's how we move through them. But also, it's not as simple as that, of course. It's also based on areas of high need and things of that nature as well. So there's many factors that contribute into how that works.
Understood. Thank you. Minister, what specific plans are in place to track the effectiveness of this increased funding to reduce backlogs or to improve living conditions in provincially owned homes? So any plans to track the effectiveness of going forward?
I'll ask the team. I would just add, I guess, we've talked about how complex the nature of things that Newfoundland Labrador Housing deals with and how complex the repairs are sometimes. You know, there's fires, there's malicious damage, there's, you know, so I don't know if, Al, do you want to add anything?
Yeah,
Alan Duty?
Specifically to the question asked, so we are doing performance management for just like to track turnaround times and things of that nature as part of our accountability framework.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you for that. Minister, the eligibility for NLHC program is based on net income of $32,500 annually, or in Lab West and North Coast is $65,000. You may be eligible if you meet that criteria. Is government planning on changing the net income for people to qualify from those amounts listed?
So that is not currently in an initiative, but we do recognize, obviously, that as affordability becomes a challenge, what levers, as a government, what levers do we use to help people? I can't speak to all the initiatives that, we have in the budget. Minister Cody certainly could have, the initiatives for low income, those on low income. And so I think everything that we do would help them a little bit. We do have a review ongoing from the Department of Finance on all income-tested programs, because I know it is tricky for people when different programs have different income cutoff thresholds. So that's something the Department of Finance is undertaking. And, the tricky, if I know that there is a lot of demand, and it's just kind of a cost thing, and where as a government we invest money to help people. So I'm not saying it doesn't need to change. That's not currently something that we've committed to, but we are obviously looking at how to best help people with their affordability challenges.
Thank you. Minister, this year government is investing over $30 million in housing-focused responses to homelessness across the province from 2024 to 2026. So I'm just wondering what portion of the $30 million will be used this year in 2025, and what initiatives will government implement?
So, okay, sorry, what number are you referring to?
So there was $30 million announced for housing-focused responses to homelessness across the province in 24 and 26. I'm not sure the date of the news release. I'm looking for that now. But I'm just wondering what portion of the $30 million will be used for this year, because it was announced for 24, 25, and 26.
We'll have to take that away and get back to you.
And that was from a news release, so that's why I had that question, but no worries on that. In February of this year, government announced that they're investing in new homes, Newfoundland and Labrador, with respect to partnership with the Canadian government, and $44 million to help build over 280 homes in the province. It's, again, part of a federal initiative, adding to the 965 new homes that were announced. So I'm just wondering, with respect to that, how will government ensure that the combined funding of over $44 million for new homes is allocated efficiently and effectively? Is there a joint committee with the federal representatives, or is it all through provincial?
Right, okay. So that program is all federal government. There was, that wouldn't, my understanding is that didn't have any provincial component. That was all federal.
Okay. So with respect to that, it's all federal allocation. It's going to be administered through the province. Is that correct?
No.
It's all strictly done through
not
federal
administered
government?
by the province, no.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. So with respect to that, if it's all done through federal government.
Okay, sorry. So that program is a federal program that can be stacked on top of provincial government programs, but is not a provincial government program, is not administered by the province. But you could have a proponent using a Newfoundland and Labrador program and that federal program.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Minister, you alluded to in your opening remarks about the 5-point plan. So how has government evaluated the impact of $80 million investment in the affordable rental housing program? I don't know if I heard you correctly. Did you mention 800 new homes for that amount of money in your opening remarks? Again, I was trying to make the notes as you were speaking.
Sure. Well, I think we're still executing, I don't think we're at a place yet where we can evaluate the success. Like, I'm still trying to get Labrador to put in some proposals. So that is still very much, we're still trying to drive and shape those programs to, help with housing. So that's not concluded yet. Like, for example, I'm hoping Labrador will tell me, this is where your programs could have been approved, and we'll tweak them, and, because we need and want more applications. Oh, okay, sorry. So specifically to the 5-point plan, 46 of the 461, elements of the program are in active construction. So like 46 of the 461 are in active construction. 51 basement and secondary suites have been approved. And then 270 individuals or families have taken advantage of the first-time homebuyers program.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'm just wondering, is there a public report detailing how these funds have translated into actual housing units, or and what criteria is used to determine the success of these units? Is there a public report, or is this all internal within NLHC?
My understanding is this is internal. I think everyone's, and maybe we should be celebrating it more, and that's a fair point. I think we're still trying to get demand, work with organizations like, I reached out to the Labrador Chamber of Commerce to see how we could drive more proposals in Labrador. So this is still very much a going concern, and I take your point that we should probably celebrate what we're doing a bit more.
Okay. Given the time, we are going to take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Good? Okay. All right.
almost every door, right?
Okay, we will call the meeting back to order, please. All right, the member for Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I don't. I just want to go back to the. We were speaking about before, governments investing in new homes, Newfoundland and Labrador, and you said that the initiative was all federal. I'm just going back to the provincial government news release, and I thought I had misunderstood what I was reading. However, if I can quote the release from provincial government, the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and Canada are providing combined funding of more than $44 million to help build 280 new homes in Newfoundland and Labrador. These homes are part of a broader federal initiative, adding to the 965 new homes already announced in Newfoundland and Labrador since 2021. So it says in your news release, that's where I misunderstood. It's a combined funding announcement. So can you just elaborate on that, please, if you could?
Mike Tizers.
Sorry, I was confused from the source of the number at first. So what it is, Minister cleared it up after it was stackable. So some of the applicants in the $44 million may have been approved on the, for example, the affordable rental housing program. So they already had a commitment from the province through NLHC for that, and then they got a low interest loan through CMHC. So that's where the federal money comes in. It could have been a developer under the 5-point plan who's developing under the province's loan program, and now the federal government's also stepping up to support the builder or contractor to also build. So I can get the split on what the province portion of the $44 million is, but it's for example, say we got, I don't know, 50 applicants under for rental housing program, 20 of them might have also went to CMHC to get some low interest financing as well for the project. But I can get you a split on what the province investment is in that $44 million.
Yes, Mike, that would be great. Thank you, and thank you for the clarification on that, because I was definitely missing something there, but that's understood now. Thank you kindly. Minister, I just got a few more questions. So what specific measures have the government undertaken to ensure that the affordable units being developed truly meet the needs for low and moderate income families? What do you have in place there to ensure that?
Well, I'll tell you off the top of my head, I know that, because I've had complaints about it, the company's part of the contract in getting the funding is that they have to offer low rental rates. I think it is for 10 years. And I've actually had people reach out to me wanting exemptions because they make too much money and they want to get in and the landlords won't let them in. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't help. I don't know if Alan, if you want to elaborate on that.
Actually, it's Joe to elaborate on it.
Oh, Joe, okay.
Joe Mercer.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I missed your question. I couldn't hear you.
No worries, that's the crowd behind me. So I'll ask it again, no problem. So what specific measures has government undertaken to ensure that the affordable units being developed truly meet the needs for low and moderate income families?
So part of that agreement is any individuals, any tenants, we don't have any say as into who they select, but any tenants who are selected are income tested, and they need to provide that information to us on a yearly basis as an annual statement.
Okay.
I can also correct
Minister Studley.
Thank you. Yes, apologies. I just wanted to correct what I said. So the homes have to remain under those rates for 15 years. I said 10, so sorry. So it's 15 years for private sector projects and 25 years for community sector projects. And there was more funding the longer the proponent agreed to maintain the affordable rates, between 15 years and 30 years. So the longer they would commit to maintain affordable rates, the more funding they could get.
Okay. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Joe. How often are these homes inspected? Did you say it was on an annual basis with respect to inspections for these homes? I believe Mr. Mercer mentioned it earlier.
Joe Mercer?
No, not an inspection. They send us an annual report about people's income, so that to make sure that people who are living in the units do meet the income threshold for the affordable rates. But the inspections are not part of ours because they are private units. Once the developers have them built, our only hold to them is that because of the money up front, they have to keep the rates affordable, whether it's 15, 20, 25, or 30 years.
Understood.
Yep.
Understood. Thank you. Minister, how will the government address any potential affordability gaps that may exist in the housing market after the implementation of the 5-point plan?
It's a difficult question to answer. What's our future policy going to be after the implementation? I think, well, we're still, personally, right, like, I know we have a problem in Labrador, and we didn't get any applications from Labrador. So I'm actively trying to find out why and how can we change the program to respond. So that is something actively that we are trying to find. You know, were there any issues? Were there like unforeseen challenges? Because we do want more projects in Labrador in particular. And so if there were any barriers that prevented companies from applying, please reach out. Like, we want to tweak these, if we needed, you know, we can certainly tweak these programs to maximize the number of low-income housing available across the province. And, you know, housing is a core part of, I imagine it'll always be a key consideration for the government in terms of the affordability mix and what mix housing plays with it, and homelessness, and you know, I can't tell you what our future policy will be, but.
Okay, understood. And Minister, you mentioned several times about Labrador and trying to make it fit. Yep. When did the application date, when did it close in Labrador and you had no applicants apply? When was that date?
We can certainly get that, and I say that, I guess, because MHA Brown brought it to my attention, and we had a meeting with him a few weeks ago, and one of his key in looking at how are we going to help Labrador, and that's I'm going to continue my discussions with MHA Brown and my colleagues from Labrador about that. You know, that's one thing that we recognized. There were no applications, so I'm not sure when the program closed, but. August 23rd. Oh, so that was August 2024.
August 23rd, 2024.
Yes. Oh, there's still some streams still open, yes, but the private one closed last year. But I mean, we want to help people from Labrador, so if there's any issues, any reasons why, we would certainly tweak it and bring a program back.
Okay, thank you. Minister, given the significant increase in housing starts, what long-term strategies does the government have to ensure that the progress is sustainable beyond the initial rollout of the 5-point plan?
Well, I think the solution is more housing, right? So it's these are different tactics that we're implementing. So it's more housing, but also helping people with the life skills, like the wraparound supports, to get them, you know, like the 18 that we've moved out of 106 into more longer-term housing. So, you know, I guess I can't speak to the future government's future housing policy, but, you know, essentially I know the solution is more units, right, in the private, in all levels, low income, medium income. Yeah.
Okay. I know you can't predict or speak to future policy. I totally understand that. But with respect to future budgets, have you given any, or you or your department or government given any consideration to adjustment of budgets to address the ongoing housing issue? I know more housing would, you know, was your previous answer, but has any discussion been taken around that point with respect to future budgets and housing for the province?
Well, you know, every year there's a budget process, and the finance minister, all departments have to put in requests, and then the finance that process is kind of overseen by the Department of Finance, and departments can put in requests, and the government chooses which budget items they want to move forward with, given their, yeah, we're always assessing what to request, I guess, and as a government, then where do we focus and where do we spend taxpayers' money? We have had 2 record budgets. You know, we have had, you know, we are maintaining the extra $8 million for Newfoundland Labrador housing. So that would be part of the normal budget process, and I can't get ahead of what the process looks like, unfortunately. I mean, we're going to have an election between now and the next budget, right? So who knows? Because we have to have an election by October, November, right? So.
Thank you, Minister. And of course, I'm sure you'll have no issue providing a copy of your binder today.
Of course.
Marvelous. I appreciate that. Minister, that's all I have for today. I'd just like to take this opportunity on behalf of His Majesty's official opposition to thank you and all your staff and your officials for the hard work that you do. I know that you said in your opening remarks, you mentioned Mr. Wayne Follett, and I've said it in the House before, and I'll reiterate it again. My CA and I have a wonderful working relationship with Mr. Follett. We speak to him most on a daily basis. So I thank him for the work he does, and of course for your staff, and of course all staff at NLHC with respect to what they do. It is certainly appreciated. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much to Newfoundland Housing staff. Thanks for all of the people across the province who do the 14,000 work orders and who work with, Crown Lands, and they work with IUT, and they work with private and public, and the homelessness line, and the social workers, and a lot of social work that they do in Newfoundland Housing, far beyond putting a roof over people's heads. So I just want to thank them for everything that they do. And thank you for your questions.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I now ask the clerk to recall the subhead.
1.1.01 to 1.1.02 inclusive housing.
Shall 1.1.01 to 1.1.02 inclusive housing carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Total, Newfoundland and Labrador Housing Corporation.
Shall the total carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Shall I report the estimates of the Department of Housing 101.01 to 1.1.02 inclusive carried? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. This meeting will now recess so we can adjourn with CSSD. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to announce the substitutes first, and then typically about an hour and a half in, we'll take a 10-minute break. Just want to some reminders also to the members that when it's your time to speak, you may have to wave so that the broadcast can see you. Ask you to identify yourself. Often the minister's light and the corresponding member's light is left on, so that's fine to go back and forth. Do not make adjustments to the chairs. There's water coolers in the back, and behind me there's some glasses and water coolers. And then after I do the substitutes, I will ask for the committee and the substitutes and the caucus employees to introduce themselves, and then we'll go over to the government side. I'll ask the minister to introduce himself along with his staff, and then when we start, the minister gets 15 minutes. So for substituting for Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckens, we have Cape St. we have Harbour, Maine, MHA Helen Conway Ottenheimer. For Lake Melville, we have Carbonear Trinity Bay de Verde, Minister Crocker. For Mount Pearl North, we have Conception Bay East, Minister Hutton. For Topsail Paradise, we have Bonavista, MHA Party. And for Waterford Valley, we have Minister Lovelace. For Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon. All right, so we'll start on my right with introductions.
Craig Party, the MHA for the District of Bonavista.
Hi, Megan Winter, Research and Policy Analyst with the Office of the Official Opposition.
Helen Conway Ottenheimer, MHA for the District of Harbour, Maine.
Elvis Lovelace, MHA for Fortune Bay, Cape Lahoon.
Fred Hutton, MHA for Conception Bay East, Bell Island.
Steve Crocker, MHA for the District of Carbonear, Trinity Bay de Verde.
Eileen Anderson, Researcher, GMO.
Paul Pike, Minister, Children, Seniors and Social Development, Minister responsible for persons with disabilities, and the Minister responsible for the volunteer sector.
Alan Duty, Deputy Minister, Children, Seniors and Social Development.
Sarah Dow, Assistant Deputy Minister, Corporate Services and Performance Improvement.
Aisling Gogan, Assistant Deputy Minister, Prevention and Early Intervention.
Lori Rose, Assistant Deputy Minister of Child and Youth Services.
Tracy English, Assistant Deputy Minister of Policy and Programs.
Dave Martin, Departmental Controller.
Gail St. Croix, Director of Communications.
Margot Pitcher, Executive Assistant to Minister Pike.
Okay, thank you. I now ask the clerk to call the first subhead.
1.1.01 to 1.2.02 inclusive, executive and support services.
So 1.1.01 to 1.2.02 inclusive, executive and support services. Minister Pike.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for participating in this year's estimates for Department of Children, Seniors and Social Development. As many of you know, my department consists of 10 lines of business, which includes child protection and care, adoptions, youth services, youth connections, adult protection, persons with disabilities, seniors and aging, poverty reduction, and income support in the community sector. I'd like to take an opportunity before we begin today just to highlight some of my department's key areas of progress since last year. As you know, across the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, our seniors play a very important role in our communities as business owners, members of service organizations, churches, and volunteers. As a matter of fact, I think if you go anywhere in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador and you meet with any service organization or whatever, a lot of them are our seniors. They're very involved in their communities. Our seniors want to live safely. They want to live, they want to enjoy good health and stay active in their communities as they age. Our government is very committed to ensuring what they can. And I'll also say at this point that seniors are very vocal about issues in their community, and they want what's best for their communities. The Seniors Aging Division focuses on helping seniors to remain healthy, active, and engaged citizens in our age-friendly communities and address the province's aging population. Our seniors' health and well-being ensures that the supports and services available to seniors enable them to age well at home. And we all know people who want to age not only in their own homes, but in their own communities, and they want to be part of those communities. Budget 2025 includes $24 million to build on that plan, and that includes $10 million for initiatives under the Seniors Health and Wellbeing Plan. And that includes the Aging Well at Home grant, which is a grant that's available through Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services for low-income seniors to assist with services such as snow clearing and grocery delivery. This is going over very well, by the way, in a lot of our communities. And being the minister responsible for seniors, I get an opportunity to visit many seniors and many seniors clubs and so on. And they're welcoming these announcements very well. They like what they're seeing. And, you know, of course, they want us to continue to do the great work that we're doing. And we will. And we will. And we all, you know, all of us would agree that seniors are our greatest resource in this province. They've like seniors clubs that I'm not on script, by the way, it's okay. Seniors clubs that I've been into, you know, you look around and I see people there who are accountants, they're teachers, they're, you know, construction workers, carpenters, and so on. You know, they have a great deal, they bring a great deal of wealth to these 50-plus clubs, these seniors organizations. And, you know, they're very well-oiled machines, these seniors clubs. You know, their accounting, their, you know, the activities that they're involved in. I remember one time last year we gave a door to a group, an entrance door. And so I asked them what they needed for the door. And they told us the price, and I said, "What about installation?" "Oh, no, we'll do that ourselves. Don't worry about that." You know, that's the way it is. You know, that's the good thing about our seniors. They appreciate what you give them, and it's so important that we, as a government, continue to do that. The caregiver benefit is also offered through Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services, which provides enhanced support to eligible caregivers of lower income seniors with complex care needs. And it's important that you as members here get out and talk about these programs that government has. I mean, we're all in this together and we all do great work. And it's important that you, you know, you communicate that to seniors, because when I speak of some of this, a hand will go up, I didn't know about that. So it's important that we do that. A $500 grant for food and heating for seniors in coastal Labrador communities, offered through the Department of Finance. Increased investments for home repair and modifications through Newfoundland and Labrador Housing Corporation to help seniors stay in their homes longer. And we get calls on this all the time. You as members get calls all the time from your constituents talking about wanting to fix a roof or whatever, make the home more accessible, whatever it is. And we're there for that. We're there to help with that. And I'm sure your offices and your CAs are involved, and they certainly make calls. And it's usually, I don't know of anybody that hasn't received it unless it's for some reason that's beyond our control. But, you know, once these calls come through, we act immediately. And I know Newfoundland Labrador Housing does a great job in administering that. Our expanded 211 navigation services to connect seniors with essential government community programs. And just to let you know as well, we've got our program services, our services and program guides. We're doing more print of those. I don't know how many is in the office now, but there are a fair number. So we'll be getting out to all of your district offices to distribute those so you can get them to seniors groups. It's great when you're going to any kind of a seniors function to have a handful of them with you, or a box full. So we're going to try to get those in the hands of every senior in the province. And just let our office know and we'll get them to you. We're also investing $4.7 million for our targeted basic income pilot for people aged 60 to 64 who receive income support as well as supportive services. and/or financial assistance through Newfoundland Labrador Health Service Community Sports Program. And I've done some checking on numbers on that, and our numbers are going up. As you remember in the House previously that we talked about that, the numbers were still low, but they are going up. And we'll, hopefully in the next little while I'll be able to report more on that. Participants receive benefits in this program. Participants receive benefits comparable with combined federal and provincial benefits for people aged 65 and over. So it's making a big difference to those who have actually availed of this. And what that is basically is the federal and provincial benefits combined equals $1,937 per month for a single person and $2,282 per month for a couple. And that's quite substantial, and it hopefully will help our seniors in that predicament, because I know a lot of people. I didn't know a lot, but I knew a few people that were in that predicament because at age 6 they didn't have work and so on, and they had to wait for the transition. So it's certainly something that it has been identified as a need for that particular age group. In Budget 2025, through strategic investments and targeted programs, we are ensuring that seniors can live with dignity, independence, and maintain that connection to communities. We're committed to age-friendly, inclusive communities that support health and well-being. We're investing $200,000 through the Seniors Social Inclusion Initiative. This will help seniors and groups help them with intergenerational programs and services. And we've already as well have a handbook out of these, an intergenerational guide that most of the clubs have right now. And that's something that we're hopefully, we're seeing a lot more of that. We're seeing where, and in last year when we looked at CYNs, we asked CYNs, because we increased funding, that they would do more intergenerational things with seniors. So that's being very a great program, and it's working quite well. And when I look at, sometimes when I look at my Facebook, I see these activities on there, and it really does the heart good to see it. We're providing $95,000 for the age-friendly Newfoundland Labrador Communities Program, which helps ensure our seniors can remain healthy, active, and engaged citizens. Reliable transportation is key to staying engaged in the community. Through Newfoundland Labrador Community Transportation Program, we continue to support the development of accessible and inclusive transportation services that will improve mobility within communities and regions. This will help all residents, all our seniors, all our seniors, and especially persons with disability, stay connected and be mobile. And we included $300,000 for this program in Budget 2025. And I think the ridership in Clarenville, I don't think I'm off by too much, but it's around 75 to 80% of the ridership are persons with disabilities, or not disabilities, persons with mobility issues. Yeah, but it's high. It's high. Yes. I remember it being said. It could be less. But, that's a good thing anyways, because all these buses that are out there, they have accessibility access. Building on the successful bus pass pilot in the St. John's metro area, we have collaborated with the City of Corner Brook and St. Anthony Resources, Inc. to improve opportunities for affordable busing in those areas. As a result, people on income support, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the Youth Department's Youth Services Program will be eligible for free bus passes, and that started in April of 2025. My department has recently launched Bridging Generations, a guide to intergenerational programs, talked about that, and also the new guide to provincial government programs and services. And this certainly supports our commitment to developing an inclusive, community-oriented, age-friendly province. Disability policy. The Disability Policy Office works closely with persons with disabilities, organizations of and for persons with disabilities, including advocacy groups, and with the federal, provincial, and territorial governments and departments. We established, that was in June of 22, the Accessibility Standards Advisory Board following the enactment of the Accessibility Act in December of 2021. Following the principle of nothing about us without us, this board plays a pivotal role in advising and developing standards, regulations, and policies to identify, prevent, and remove barriers to inclusion. The Government of Newfoundland remains committed to building more inclusive and accessible province and ensuring equitable opportunities for all to participate in society. This year, we were very pleased to announce the details of a new benefit to support persons with disabilities. Budget 2025 includes a $17.5 million for the Newfoundland and Labrador Disability Benefit. Eligible individuals may receive up to $400 per month in addition to the $1,200 annual contribution to their registered disability savings plan. Very well received and appreciated by persons with disabilities. Budget 2025 also includes $400,000 for the Accessible Vehicle Funding Grant and the Accessible Taxi Program, which supports families and businesses to retrofit or purchase new vehicles to accommodate passengers with wheelchairs or scooters. $94,000 to support ongoing operations of the Go Bus Transit, Accessible Transit. $50,000 for the Summer Inclusion Grant, which helps ensure children with disabilities can attend and participate in summer camps. Poverty reduction and income support. We all recognize that these are challenging times that continue to deeply impact individuals and families and those living in poverty across the province, across our country and our world, I guess. Our government is committed to investing in programs and services to support individuals and families impacted by the high cost of living, especially those living in poverty and seniors living on a fixed income. We are investing over $3.3 million to support youth-serving organizations in the province, such as the Community Youth Network, the Boys and Girls Clubs, Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Last year, we were pleased to increase funding to the Community Youth Networks by 5%, as well as provide funding to implement a guaranteed minimum salary for executive directors of the 27 community networks serving 34 serving youth, and now we have 34 sites, CYN sites across this province. Our government's poverty reduction plan has increased support for low-income individuals and families with significant increases to benefits that reduce childhood poverty, support seniors, and keep more money in household budgets.
Okay, thank you, Minister. The member for Bonavista.
You got squeezed for time there, Minister.
Yes, but I know that it's important that, and I know you were listening quite intently.
Yes, but do you wish to finish?
I think it's important that I outline all of what I'll certainly do Cole's notes on the rest, if that's okay, and just touch on some things. Okay.
Okay. Continue.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome.
Budget 2025 in reducing poverty, government is investing $34.5 million to support families with children, including the 300% increase to the Newfoundland and Labrador Child Care Benefit, which is administered through the Department of Finance, and the expanding prenatal early childhood nutrition supplement to age 5. An additional $30 million to continue to streamline and improve income support, to improve the income support program benefit structure, building on changes over the last 2 years. And a couple of things I really want to say on this one is all qualifying single people now under the age of 30 in receipt of income support are now eligible to receive the same basic benefit rates as recipient in other age groups. So that's new, and it's great. 2 separate board and lodging rates based on household type were consolidated into one rate. People boarding with relatives are now eligible to receive the higher monthly rate benefit. So if you're talking to people that are actually experiencing this, they're saying, it makes important, it's very important for them that they can now contribute to the family, and to a lot of them are living with relatives and they can contribute. Those over 65 who qualify for income support now receive an additional $105 per month, regardless of whether they're eligible for federal guaranteed income supplement. Income support recipients who have boarders living with them do not have any of their benefits clawed back. It's making a big difference. In July of 2024, we announced the details of an enhanced funeral benefits. And I don't think I'll go into those today, but we all know how important that piece of legislation was and how important that was for all of us. And also, we have the All-Party Income Committee on Basic Income that we're working through. We have a document ready for the committee to review. And in that, in preparing a document, of course, we met with a lot of jurisdictions, at the national level and local level. We met with experts in the field, which included people with experience living in poverty. We're also now, I'm just going to give you, all persons deserve the right to exercise legal capacity without discrimination and have the right to make their decisions. And our department now is certainly been looking at, committed to ensuring that these principles of autonomy and support are reflected. In 2024, Children, Seniors, and Social Development, Justice, Public Safety, and Public Engagement conducted public engagement around decision making. Right now, we want to ensure that we are continuing our work on this. We're getting close. I say that we'll give half a turn, and we want to ensure that people are supported in making decisions, their own decisions. Child welfare, again, something that is very important to our department. CSSD directly provides and connects with families and supports and services that build upon family strengths while addressing safety threats and reducing risks to children. We recognize that where at all possible, it's best to keep children at home and with their families. Therefore, we are focused on exploring options that way. When out-of-home placement is needed, children are placed with next of kin and significant others. Foster families, we deal with foster families, so important. They play a vital role in the lives of children. By the way, there are approximately 545 foster families throughout the province who are dedicated to helping children and youth through complex situations. I think I'll end there because, again, thanks for listening, but there's so many things that I wanted to outline today about this department and about the great people that work in the department as well, because I've often said to you and said to everyone, it takes special people to work in my department, and we have them, which is great. So thank you.
All right, the member for Bonavista.
Yep. Thank you, Minister. That was a pretty extensive coverage.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seniors are a rich resource. I think you may not have, I think you painted that picture. Yes. I think we would all agree with that. And I would also agree with the fact that we got to have a greater awareness, because at the office in Bonavista, we'll often find that people would come in and they have a discovery of programs that would be available for them, and yep, here it is. And like I said, I've been there since 2019, but boy, still, someone new comes in and they're not aware of an existing program. You had stated in your preamble that the guide that was recently put out, which I've had 10 copies of and I've circulated out, you did say that there's one for every senior in the province?
That's our intent. That's our intent, to put in the hands of every senior in this province. Okay. And God willing, we're going to do a roadshow soon. And when we visit 50-plus clubs in other communities. We are going to be bringing these books along. For example, I would think if we go to your district, we'll be giving them all to you to distribute, you know, for your office or at that particular event.
Good. Thank
That's
you.
our plan.
Just to start now, some overarching questions, just for my own clarification. The write-up in the estimates booklet gives an overview of what the department does. One of the founding components is that you will review policy.
Yes.
I asked the question, how often do you review policy, and what policy would be the longest span without a review? But you weren't expecting that one, but it's just one.
No. You know, we are reviewing. We're constantly, I guess, it's ongoing. That's what I always say to people. We're always reviewing our policies and so on, and it's so important to us. And you know, we understand that times change and so on, and that we really need to develop these policies, because most times you're working across more than one department, and you're working across departments to do that. So, you know, like, it involves a fair bit of time, as you know, because you sit on one of those with us, an all-party committee, and looking at the basic income, and you know that how much it takes. But our general rule is our policies last no longer than 5 years.
Okay.
In a sense, without having some changes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
So usually your guardian principle is review within 5 years.
Yep.
Unless something precipitates an earlier review or tweak. You also stated in the preamble as well, Minister, in the booklet, that the department leads initiative to foster poverty reduction and improve well-being. And two noble goals.
Yes.
Is it possible that you have some data that would indicate how successful we are in those two domains? Poverty reduction and social well-being.
Yep.
Would we have some data that would indicate that we're making inroads and we're productive with our investments?
And again, I totally agree with your line of questioning, because basically, you know, if we bring in policy, then we have to make sure that what we're doing is working.
Yes.
And our department is gathering that information, because that information is so important as we move forward, and to evaluate the policies and procedures that we have. So I've asked all department, and so has my deputy minister, like, to, you know, measure how well we're doing, to ensure that what we're doing is having a benefit on our seniors, our children, you know, those on income support and so on. Like the new initiatives that we have, some are somewhat difficult to measure as well, but we can and we need to. And I think it's going to take us, the changes that we've implemented lately, it's going to take us another year to get some, you know, data on that. But we will provide that, and I hope next year, when you're asking the same question and you're there and I'm here, that we'll be able to give you that information. But our staff is constantly, and our managers and so on, are constantly seeking that type of data.
Good. Thank you. What would be the total expenditure in your department from the negotiated salary increases? That we're going to go through each department head, or whatever you call it, heading, that would be in the estimates. Each one is going to have that component in it. You've got a very large department. I'm just wondering what the total expenditure would be for that 2% negotiated increase.
Okay.
And if you don't have it there, we can move on and just find that and report for the sake of efficiency.
We'd have
We have it.
we'd have to calculate, Minister.
We can get that to you. We'll calculate it and get it to you.
Okay. Yeah.
We talked about that a few days ago.
You got it broken up by division. But
Yeah, and it is broken up by division.
Okay.
Not the whole department.
Not the whole department, but that's fair enough.
Yep.
it'll show up on your desk.
Good, good, thank you. As the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate and the Office of the Seniors Advocate, have they made suggestions to you in the most recent past on legislative amendments or policy suggestions for going forward?
We work very closely with you know, the advocate offices, and you know, like it's yeah, like in their reports, we take them very seriously, and we certainly adhere to a lot of what's being said there. And one of the things that we do is we go down through those reports with a goal to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our seniors and of our children and whatever. But yeah, we certainly try and measure. We certainly try and take the reports made by the advocacy offices very seriously. I'm getting a note here now, so hang on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, basically what I said, we're working on the recommendations of these reports, and they're very important to me, by the way, because you know, when these reports come out, we want to make sure that we're working through the report with the advocate, and so you know, we'll provide updates on a regular basis. But these are good questions that need to be answered. And I know my department is working diligently on all recommendations made by the advocacy offices.
We're all aware of the tragedy that occurred in the Lapu Filipino Festival over in BC.
Yes.
You know, devastating to tragedy. But I know that the Premier of BC had called a review of impending legislation that they would have, and he referenced the Mental Health Act, and I know we just recently had the Adult Protection Act, and I think the words he had used was compassionate mandatory care, and they wondered as to whether the individual ought to have been, you know, using a vehicle. I'm just wondering if you had any discussion about a future direction for us in looking at the Adult Protection Act, and I know that it's not in your bailiwick as far as the Mental Health Act, but I'm just wondering as to whether, you know, we're going to look at our policy to look at where we are in this province.
Again, we certainly have our Adult Protection Act under review as we speak. Okay. And yeah, like the things that are happening in our world now and in our own country, certainly causing us to reflect, and hopefully we'll be able to bring forward something that will cover off more than that. You know, when you start doing a review, as you know, your terms of reference can expand, and
yes,
that's what we will see happening here.
Minister, we're ready now. Remember the Reach for the Top, where I think there was a section where they had some quickies?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to fire some at you now, real
fair enough.
Quick ones. How many staff employed with CSSD? I'm not sure if it's referred to as quickies or not, but it was some segment on that Reach for the Top.
Yeah, I got it all here.
Yeah, rapid fire, I think.
Okay, as of March 31st, 2025, CSSD had 1,065 approved positions, with 819 with active incumbents, 718 permanent, and 101 temporary or contractual. We have 246 vacant, including incumbent on leave or no active incumbent in position, 201 permanent, and 45 temporary contractual positions. That's what we have vacant.
Good, good. We mentioned last year, we talked about the social worker, and I think we did in the House as well. Can we update on the social worker personnel that we have?
I should be able to do that off the top of my head. Yeah, it's there in the notes.
I think it was the last time you may have mentioned it in the House was 277 social workers and 65 assistants?
Assistants, yeah. Yeah. As of March 31st, 2025, we had 92 social worker vacancies out of 369 positions within 3 regions. 24.9% of positions vacant. In the Labrador region was 18 social work vacancies for 57 positions. In Central West, there was 53 social work vacancies for 135 work positions. And in Metro, 21 social work vacancies for 177 social work positions. But one thing that we are doing, as you know, is those social worker assistants. And we have 65 of those, and they're making a real difference for you and I who have educational backgrounds. They mean the same to a social worker as a student assistant will mean to a teacher. It takes a lot of the workload away from the social worker. It's a big help, but we're still hiring those positions, and we'll continue to until we think it's an appropriate level. But it's unbelievable the difference that it's making. I talked to social workers, and I also talked to some of the people that have taken on those positions, and they really love what they're doing.
Good. We just had housing before, and I really didn't know that they had 17 social workers that they stated that were in the housing element. So many social workers in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I can see that you'd have movement.
Yes.
Would you have any idea or an estimate as to the tenure, the length of a social worker in CSSD? Now, I don't know where you would start as far as gathering, but would you have, I mean, what percentage are pursuing 30-year careers?
Deputy Minister Duty.
Thank you. This is a great question. So I think it's important to highlight that over the last 10 to 15 years, the workforce for social workers changed a lot, and there's more demand in the mental health and addictions and within the health system. And a good opportunity to acknowledge that child protection social work is by far, I believe, the most demanding and the hardest work to do as a social worker. So we're seeing we can get you to we can probably go back and do some math and get you the exact data on the length of tenure, but I think our workforce is mixed, where we have where the work is so hard and we're recruiting. We have a lot of young people coming in, like just out of the graduating class this year. We're in the process of offering 30 social workers positions across the province. Some people will get into that field and realize this is not the field of work that they want, and they'll leave early. And you'll see some folks that have been long time in the field of child protection who get to a certain point in their career and will say, I just need a change, and they'll leave. But we're also seeing a trend of people coming back. So it's a bit of a mix. So it is very revolving, and I think just to highlight the demand of that work specifically and how hard it is, and the great work that group of social workers do, and acknowledging that there is going to be some movement across the system.
No, and probably an unfair question. I don't know how I would go about trying to determine that, but I probably have a ballpark as to what we would have. That's all the intent of the question was. What would be the caseload of the average social worker? And if I can qualify that question a little further, we know that we had 1/3. Last year, I think we had 1/3 of our social workers or the positions that were vacant, and we did an investment with the social worker assistants. I've often told people in my district when we talked about social workers, or they may not have been in a positive light in speaking, all I know is that there were vacancies that had to be filled, which would put a greater workload on the existing social workers. So when you look at the average caseload, probably in the average caseload under a full complement, what you would expect, and what we've had with the vacancies.
I'm going to give you the caseload ratio by region, and this is as of September 30th, 2024. Okay. So this is actual staff, not positions.
Will we get that as well in the package? Do we have that? Oh.
Yes, it's in the binder.
And if you don't see it there, we'll get it for you, of course, anything we have. Region Metro, we have 151 social workers. We have 2,874 cases, number of cases, but ratio is 1 to 19. One social worker per 19.
Okay. Yeah.
Central West, we have 80 social workers with 2,118 cases, and the ratio is 1 to 26. In Labrador, we have 42 social workers. We have 1,012 21 cases for ratio 1 to 24. Provincial total is 273 social workers. Number of cases is 6,013, and our ratio for the province would be 1 to 22. Factor into that then the idea of these social worker assistants. You know, like that's something, again, I think you and I had a conversation about that.
Yes, we did.
And we both agreed that that's something that we need to be looking more towards.
Yep.
The plan ratio, by the way, our plan ratio, which is what we're looking at, where we're heading for, is a provincial ratio of 1 to 20.
Okay.
Okay.
I would think that would be good for that section.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I ask the clerk to recall the subhead.
1.1.01 to 1.2.02 inclusive, executive and support services.
Shall 1.1.01 to 1.2.02 inclusive, executive and support services carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. I ask the clerk to call the next subhead.
2.1.01 child and youth services.
2.1.01 child and youth services. The member for Bonavista.
How many children are in CYS care currently? And maybe as a follow-up of that, because I'm sure you got it broken down, how many would be in the level 4 category?
That's the adoption forms. Page 2. Just 1 second. Yes. The number of children and youth in care reached a high in 2016 of 1,035 children and youth. So that was in December. The numbers have been declining since that time. 925 in care as of September 30th, which is 11% increase. Decrease, yeah. Yeah.
How many of those?
And the number in level 4?
Yeah.
225. That's increase. Previous years.
And how would that compare, Minister? How would that compare to previous?
Well, that is an increase.
Previous years. That's an increase.
Yes.
Over previous years.
We're finding an increase there in those numbers, which of course has an impact upon the workload of
yes.
And the number of positions that we have.
Yep. Are you? Do you have any experiences with the Canadian Tire Jumpstart Foundation?
I do. Yep.
Remember,
yes.
I think that was a wonderful program that served a lot of children, of which that we may have on our caseload. I don't think we participate in that now financially in that program, but when we did, I know that as an administrator in Clarenville, we reached a whole lot of children through that program. I just say that if we're not, well, we're not, but I'm an advocate for that program, knowing what it did in reaching youth.
Mm. Yeah. Again, that's under TCAR.
Okay. Yeah.
But I will agree with you on that, because you and I, being principals of schools, would have known that what a difference that made in the lives of a lot of children when it came to playing hockey and sports and other 100%. Recreation activities.
Yeah. There were 4,900 children receiving, I think, receiving child support payments. I remember I presented a petition in the House on a couple of occasions. There's a regulation. I know that's not your area, but your area is children. So I'm just going to throw this out to you, and I think you listened intently with that petition, and we talked about it after.
Yep.
I'm familiar with several of those child support payments that don't come at the start of the month. And the child, with often the single mother, has received no income because the payment hasn't come. And sometimes, whether it was orchestrated or not, it came in small increments because the understanding was they got 30 days to pay it, and whether through necessity or whether through ill intent, it was trickled in. So I know the payment rate is good, but I know they have that regulation of 30 days. In that meantime, the single mother with the child or children can't pay their rent on time at the first of the month because it's not dependable, that child support payment coming in. And I would assume that it would be an food insecurity issue, but you don't have that money at the start of the month. Yeah. The question posed was, why don't we pay the child support payment and garner the funds from the person who is paying it? If the payment is not a problem, why do we have the trickling in over system? And again, I state, when we're looking at child and youth services and serving the children to make sure that these situations don't occur, then I would think that's probably something the department can look into. If you see merit in it, it's probably one that you may be able to advocate for. But at least it's something I think we need to look into. And I don't know how widespread that is, but I know that I've got 3 that I know of that every now and then they'll send me what the payment comes in at the start of the month.
I know.
$24 where it should be $590, but 30 comes in, and then the way it goes.
If I might just respond to that, this is Department of Justice.
Yes, I realize that.
But you and I did have the conversation, and from that, I did have a conversation with some of my colleagues about that. And we can certainly, I'm going to certainly bring this back again to my colleagues and to have a chat about it again.
Yep.
There's no need for that to be happening. And we're going to take it under consideration and work on that. But you've already, when you made that point to me, it was the first time I heard of it, but I could see how it can be very, very problematic.
Yes. Yep. Thank you. How many Indigenous children are currently in the CYS care?
We're using the same one. Okay. I can start there, but you need, is it provincial total? Yeah. Is it just the provincial total? We'll just do the provincial total.
Yes.
The provincial total is 300.
300.
Yes.
And I think that was the same as what it was last year. Generally. So yeah. we're hovering around 300.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, if you want, I could go totals. I could go central, west, or 70.
No, I think that's fine, Minister. Thank you for that.
Okay.
For the last number of years, the department had to go to the government for the contingency fund. And you know that the CBC did an article on that with the $20 million. They're working with you as a department. It comes down to those level 4 children that we have in the group homes in our province. As the expenditure, I would almost contend this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as the population, the school population in Newfoundland and Labrador declines, we're at the same time probably seeing an increase in the children with complex needs in our province. And I would say that challenges us, I know, and I'd be interested in a little point later as to what initiatives we're doing to address that issue. And, we'll engage in that. So of that, what measures would the department have taken or are taking or pursuing to look at reducing the amount of that contingency fund, but ultimately providing the care that's needed?
Yep, okay, Alan's going to respond.
Deputy Minister Duty.
Yes. First, thanks for the question. So it really is a complex space when we talk about children coming into care. So we are certainly seeing a spike in the number of complexities that those children are have been exposed to. I think from a trauma perspective, you think there's trauma in the home, which starts the process for removal, and the removal itself is also traumatic for children.
Yes.
And so there are a bunch of initiatives that are ongoing so we're in the process of reviewing our foster family program, because if we have more foster homes, we can place children in foster homes earlier, which gives them a more stable environment. So about growing that. First and foremost, we try to place with family, so through the kinship program, and then when we can't find suitable placements, that's when they end up in the in the group home system. So it's an ongoing assessment of children and children's needs and how we move them. So the cost of those programs the group home programs are pretty set, and it's the individualized living arrangements where we put all the wraparound supports in, and in certain homes for certain children that actually drives the cost up. So, I mean, ultimately, it is very complex from a continuum perspective, and there's no one thing that we can do to solve that. It is a whole bunch of items. Yeah. One of the other activities of the department as well is we're doing prevention. So when CSSD becomes aware of a family that's in distress, we're actually working with families to try to rectify the issues within the home, to keep the child in the home or only have them out for a short period of time. So there's also those programs as well. So it is complex across the continuum, and of course the cost overall is being impacted by just even the changes in cost of living. So the service providers are feeling the cost of living changes as well, and that gets reflected back in the budget. So I guess there's several initiatives across the department. It's the one thing we look at. I would say we discuss it on a daily basis on the best, but people, I mean, as keepers of the public purse, we need to be responsible for the money, but really what we really focus on is outcomes. So how do we need to change the system to get the best outcomes for children? And that's what drives the work.
Good. Back in my schooling time, we had community policing come in, and they came in and they spent time in the school, you know, creating relationships with the children. We talked very highly of that in the education system and thought that, boy, that was an investment into the future, you know, in that relationship bonding with these young children and with the police force. I wonder about the social worker program. So we had 1/3 of our social workers that were out, that were absent. So if we had 1/3 that was out, the 2/3 that were remaining at an increased caseload, I would assume, probably with a great degree of certainty, that the most complex case got the bulk of the time from the social worker, which would be the obvious, no different in our school system. Can we look at the system in saying that we did not really do a good job on the preventative initiatives in some of these not so complex cases that you can't intervene because we never had time to do so? But if we had done so, we might have curbed that path to the level 4 or level 4 complex case.
Yes.
Would you agree with that scenario?
Well,
I can't think what else it could be, why the numbers would be, and I know there's a myriad of things that would be in our society now that might contribute as well. But nevertheless, early intervention.
Yeah, as you were speaking, I certainly realized that, you know, we need more cross-departmental work on this issue. And we are now in the process of working with health and education to look at this situation. you know, it's something that certainly we recognize in schools. We pick it up very early, and we realize that, but we also got to bring in the support as well. And you and I know firsthand about that. I keep referring to you and I because we're both educators. Yeah. And but we are doing that. We you know, you got to realize that we got to involve other departments, and we do that a lot, anyways, on other issues. But that's something that we're certainly working on that now. You're ahead of your time.
I know that I think seen but not heard, the 2019 report by the Child and Youth Advocate had mentioned about to make sure that those people that are working directly with these children have a minimum qualification.
Yes.
That makes good sense.
Yes.
And we'll know from our schooling days that if we had a child with some exceptionality in the school, then we wanted our IRT teacher to be on the front lines working, which is the most skilled that would be to present. And then in 2021, when we had the youth advocate as well, a special kind of care, she profiled this young child which had global developmental delay. And when she was in this group home, I think the report stated that she had 75 different staff members and was very critical of the interactions of the staff members with the child, because the staff members, to some proportion, never had the training to deal with the youth. Now, I would say in reading that meant that that wasn't right in trying to curb what we wanted to facilitate in these youth. The happy part of the story was, I think she continues on, the advocate, to say, well, moved out and got specific care by trained people outside the group home. Yep. And I would hope that from that point in time to now in 2025, yep, she's still progressing well. Yes. So when I heard a social worker in my district ask me one time and talked about parent coaching, and this is in the same vein as what I just mentioned to you. So she talked about parent coaching, and I asked her, who does the parent coaching? Well, she said, we never had a lot of time because of the demand to do the parent coaching. And what they do is they would farm it out, and I say farm it out in a respectful way, but he would farm it out to the home care agency, and those workers at the home care agency would go in to do parent coaching. So of course my next question was, what qualifications do they have? And the social worker was upfront and said, it's usually hit or miss. Yep. You know, you've got some that do it quite well, others don't. I don't know. I think that practice is still going on. I know sometimes they have trouble making and finding people to go in for the parent coaching, but you can see the commonality. If we don't have the people with the expertise, the social worker assistants, I would assume would, they can go right into those parent coaching, I would think, with the skill set that we've provided for them. Yeah. But I failed to see on the home care workers scale how they would be going in to do the parent coaching in some of the cases. And I found that to be a little startling. So I throw that out when we're looking at curbing and reaching children and parents in their own home when they're young. Yeah. And making sure that we've got the most qualified personnel that are going in, because we got to make sure that we curb this path that we find that we would be into now. So, Minister, I'll just leave that. If you got any comment on that.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I'd like to make a couple of comments. First of all, we have training standards in place, and that's required as part of the licensing process in group homes and so on, for group homes. We provide coaching through behavior management specialists. We don't use our home care workers to do anything. Our home care workers, if they're in with a family, are only there to help prepare meals and that sort of thing. They don't do any coaching. So that, I hope that answers part of what you comment or explain some of it. But the other thing I want, you mentioned the Office of Child and Youth Advocate, and so the Office of Child and Youth Advocate has issued, and you talk about recommendations and what they've said and so on. They've issued a total of 179 recommendations specific to CSSD. Of these 179, 79 are implemented, 20% are partially implemented, and 1% are not considered as already implemented. The 4 recommendations outlined by the A Long Wait for Change. These are included in these statistics. The CSD is responsible for leading these recommendations in collaboration with the Office of Indigenous Affairs and Reconciliation. There are 10 investigative reports released with recommendations for the department, which have outstanding recommendations in the most recent status update.
Okay. Thank you. When was the last legislative review of the legislation in your department? And I say Adult Protection Act. I know we had that one, but it wasn't. It was prior to 2019, unless I missed it.
Yep. Okay.
Tracy English.
So the Adult Protection Act was last reviewed in 2022.
Yes.
The Adoptions Act was last reviewed in 2022, and the Child, Youth, and Families Act is actually under statutory review right now.
Okay. When was the last time that one was amended?
So we're it's a 5-year review period.
Oh, that's
so
okay. We're on the cycle now.
This, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Minister. Would you agree if somebody made the comment that in today's society we're seeing a spike in drug usage, drug traffic, domestic violence? And I know from your position now in your department, would you agree with that narrative? That's.
I don't have the stats here.
No.
So I can get them for you.
No, you don't need the stats. I'm just wondering if you would think that was the case, because that would be part of a problem that we would have with the complexity of the children that we serve and where we find ourselves and the hardships that the department may face.
I'd like to answer your question, but I don't have the data.
No, that's fine.
So if that's okay, but I mean, if we have data that you want, we'll certainly get it for you.
Yeah. The CBC article stated that the cost for one of the children that would be in these homes would be $400,000 each. Would that be correct?
Deputy Minister Duty.
It varies, so the cost, depending on the complexity of needs and what's required. So I don't know specifically what they were quoting, but an individualized living arrangement would certainly be in that type of ballpark of cost.
And most of those group homes would be via private companies. We do not have ownership of a group home, do we, as a province?
Deputy Minister Duty.
Yeah, so there's not-for-profits and also private operating those facilities.
Yeah, okay. Is it possible to know how many of these particular youths are involved with the justice system as a rough percentage?
Yes. Sorry, are you referring to the children that are in care or in?
I was thinking now in
the corrections program.
Corrections to group home.
Corrections. Yeah, let's see. I got it here somewhere.
Tracy English.
So there are, as of September 2024, there were 99 youth involved in community youth corrections program and 40 involved in extrajudicial sanctions. But that wouldn't, they wouldn't necessarily be in group homes or in ILAs. There's such a number of kids who are involved in youth corrections.
Would you mind repeating those numbers? I apologize on that.
No, that's great. It's 99 youth involved in community youth corrections and 40 involved in extrajudicial sanctions for a total of 139.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. You had mentioned about the recommendations that were accepted, you know, things that we've moved on for, we checked it off that we've got it. You had mentioned one of the recommendations that were in the Auditor General's report on May 2024 that was listed as achieved would be the department should consider reassessing kinship homes that were approved under the previous child welfare allowance program, and that is what you're doing now, isn't it?
Correct.
That's what we're looking at, right? This one here, and I'll just a couple of them. The department's social workers should visit with children in care and placement resources once a month in accordance with the protection and in-care policy and procedure manual. Yeah. The results of these visits should be documented in a timely manner.
That's a requirement.
That's a requirement. That's being, even with the shortage of social workers, we're still achieving that. Yes. Within the month.
Yes.
And the protection and in-care policy and procedure manual, that's constantly being reviewed.
Yes, for sure.
How many families receive the Newfoundland and Labrador child benefit? You can get that to me. If you haven't got it now,
that's a finance question because they administer that.
Okay, but
we can get it.
Yeah,
we can get it.
Okay, yeah. And I'd also like, Minister, if possible, the prenatal early childhood nutrition supplement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we may have something. Do we have numbers on that? 500 families receiving that now.
500 families. Is that the prenatal early childhood nutrition supplement?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, 500. Okay. One last one in this section. I know in the I've heard from a lot of school officials that sometimes under the confidentiality, they're not quite familiar with the children of whom that would be in care or come to their schools that under the care of a social worker or working with a social worker. And I understand you got limitations in doing that. But I got to believe sometimes when I walk away that it is not the best care for the child if there's not collaboration between the guidance counselor at the school of which the child is attending and the social worker. And I know that might be a fine line in between, but from the reports I've heard is that lots of times they come in and they know that the child, there's something was up, but they're not informed what is up. And why they, on a needs basis, would be someone is making the determination that sometimes they can intervene as a guidance counselor as a school to bring support to the child or to the issue that would be at hand. And I don't know where the policy is on that. Maybe someone can speak to what that policy would be?
I know where you're coming from, but this is, this is part of our ongoing work. We've had a lot of discussions about this, and it's part of our ongoing work between education, CSSD, health and community services, and so on. And it's important, and we're starting to see more information sharing, and that's what we're working towards. So that would hopefully take care of what you're talking about, because I know I've been there, and in my previous life, and I know what this is, what it needs, and information sharing is certainly something that's very important.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's something that we've initiated, we've started, and it's working quite well, or it's beginning to work quite well, I should say.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Have you made representation to anybody to look at the thresholds for the child benefit? It's been the same for years, and we know where it is. And I'm fully respectful of everything costs money, and there's only so many resources. I know that, but I'm just wondering. I know some people are being missed with such a low threshold as what we have.
In my current role as Minister of CSSD, and responsible for other areas as well, we get a lot of questions about thresholds, and it's something that I'm seeing more and more when I go, especially when I go to a lot of seniors events. But again, all our thresholds are now under review, and with a hope to making some changes. As you know, they're required, they're needed, and there's not a week goes by that I don't get a question on thresholds. Okay. And it's something that we are taking very seriously and working on.
I think that will conclude this session, or this section, Madam Chair.
(2.1.01) Child and Youth Services.
So 2.1.01 Child and Youth Services. Carried. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. D422, probably should take a 2 minute break because we're halfway through. Let's come back in 10 minutes.
With the graduation stuff.
Okay, we shall resume. I will ask the clerk to call the next subhead.
3.1.01 to 3.1.03 inclusive, policy and programs.
3.1.01 to 3.1.03 inclusive policy and programs. Member for Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, I'd like to just ask some general questions. First of all, and this would be regarding the under the Disability Policy Office 3.102. But these are some general questions. First of all, with respect to the Accessibility Standards Advisory Board, just want to ask a few questions about that, if I may. So right now, could you just please describe the composition of the board?
Okay. The board composition, we got that there? Okay.
Tracy English.
Tracy.
I don't have the numbers in front of me right now as to how we've composed the board. We have done some active recruitment for additional members, but the board did meet four times in 2024, 25 as required by the legislation. So I think when we were here last year, we talked about how we were down a chair and a vice chair, and our meetings had kind of stalled a bit as a result of that.
Yep.
So we're now back up to the point where we've had our full complement of meetings. We've also constituted our accessibility standards committees, and they've met 6 times so far.
Okay, thank you. So if I recall from questions I asked last year, so the board had met 4 times. I believe it was twice in person and twice virtually. So you're saying that this past year they've met 4 times as well, pursuant to what's required under the Act. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you also mentioned with respect to I believe the chair and the vice chair. Last year, you were down of chair and vice chair, and that you were recruiting. So is there now a chair and a vice chair of the board?
I can answer that, Minister. Tracy English is currently a vice chair of the board, and we're in the process of appointing our chair. So the vice chair can act on the chair's behalf.
Okay. And so could you just explain again how many are on the board?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I can get it.
Okay, if you could just provide.
It's on the Independent Appointments Commission's website.
Okay, perfect.
But I don't have the numbers right in front of me.
Perfect. And so just with respect to the board, so as the minister in his opening comments had indicated, the Accessibility Act had come into force, or it became law, December of 2021, and as well, the board was established then, I believe you stated it was in December of 2022. So I want to ask about the standards, because I know that currently the board was basically mandated to create standards, and that from what I heard estimates last year, there were 2 standards that were established. But are there any draft standards? Because I just questioning, what has actually been produced, as a result in terms of the standards. What can we actually see? You're saying that there have been meetings, a number of meetings in the past year, 4 meetings. So what has been produced in concrete terms in terms of these standards that were mentioned last year? And I believe those standards were in regards to customer service and communications.
Yeah, I remember being at the last meeting, and I usually drop in prior to the meetings to have a chat with the board. They don't have their draft standards ready yet, but they're working on them. So we will have more. I think at the next meeting or the following meeting, we should be able to provide information on those. The 2 that we were working on. I'm very pleased with the progress made there. But, again, the draft standards will be available soon. I can't remember all of the discussion on that, but I do know that the committee is quite motivated and enthusiastic about getting moving on the other standards. And so I'm anticipating that the next meeting we might be able to have something then.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Because the reason I'm asking is because, you know, as the Minister, you have certain expectations of the board, although they set their own agenda and they are independent, independent board of government. You have asked them to establish priority standards, which they haven't actually drafted them yet, but is it I want to just find out if this is a correct assumption to make, that there cannot be any recommendations to the minister until that first step of establishing the standards has been done. Is that correct?
Yes. According to the Accessibility Act, the public bodies are required to prepare an accessibility plan that will address the prevention, identification, and removal barriers in all policies, programs, and services. Children, Seniors, and Social Development is currently finalizing the first annual report for the 2024 indicators, which will be released in the coming weeks, and we'll have some things included in that. But I got to let you know, the Disability Policy Office in my department, we offer education and guidance to public bodies in the development and implementation of these plans, and that's important that I mention that now, because, you know, a lot of the accessibility plans have to comply with the Accessibility Act, and our policy office does a good job in making sure that they are following all of the recommendations that we have.
Thank you, Minister. And I just want to make one comment, though, about what I referenced with respect to the fact that, you know, there are no draft standards yet. Therefore, you know, we're not seeing any recommendations. And I, as critic for persons with disabilities, are hearing from people in the disability community who are concerned that, you know, if we have an act which came into force several years ago, and yet you know, we don't have draft standards. I'm being questioned and asked about whether, you know, the act right now is meaningless in a sense, in that it's a paper tiger. So I just wonder what your comments would be about that you know, description or that characterization.
Yeah, the board basically is, you know, they're developing and doing research and developing the standards, and, you know, we have our first 5-year review coming up on that in 2026, and we're hoping to be, you know, much further along by then. And as you know, we have had some difficulties with the attendance and with the board makeup itself, but right now I think we're on track, and it'll be something that we'll be looking to make sure that we move this along, especially in the coming months.
Thank you, Minister. Now, the other area I would like to ask you a question on is with respect to the disabilities advocate. Has any work been done on the creation of a disabilities advocate?
Yes. In 2023, as you know, Justice Robert Fowler completed his review of statutory offices, and in that review, he recommended the focus of the Office of the Seniors Advocate include persons with disabilities. We are taking this recommendation. We haven't made any decision, but we're taking this recommendation under consideration prior to any decisions being made with respect to the advocate positions. I believe it's important here to know that community organizations and groups also play an important role in the advocacy in the province. Staff have been in ongoing engagement with these disability organizations, and we welcome the opportunities to discuss that any issues that are important. The Accessibility Standards Advisory Board provides advice and recommendations to my department regarding accessibility standards and practices. And we think that there's a number of things that we need to do to support the community of and for persons with disabilities. So I guess the best I can say now is that it is under review. We don't have any decision made on how we're going there, but we are talking to people in the community of and for persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Minister. Now, when I look at the history, ever since I've been the Persons with Disabilities critic or shadow minister, I've asked the question back with respect to the disability advocate. And for example, back in April of 2023, when I asked about the disability advocate, I was told that things were on hold at that time. And then last year, in April 2024, I asked about the disability advocate and the progress of that. And again, I was told that the government is currently reviewing the report. That was last year. And it was that review that you were waiting prior to any decisions that are going to be made with respect to the disability advocate depended upon your review of the statutory offices of the House of Assembly by Justice Fowler. Now that was completed, Minister, in October of 2023. That was 21 months ago. So the review has been going on since then. So I think it's reasonable to ask the question on behalf of the disability community. You know, this report, you've had it in your hands for 21 months, and the people would like to know when they can expect a decision with respect to the disability advocate.
I guess to answer your question, I've been part of many discussions, especially in the last few months. It's something that's really we've highlighted as something we need to give priority to, and we are. Again, we have some work left to do with that, but we hope to have something moving soon. And I get it. I get what you're saying too, okay? Because I get it too. And we've had discussions with staff. Ellen and I have had numerous discussions on it. And you know, the recommendations that were put forward by Justice Fowler on that, you know, that can be problematic in a number of ways, and it can work in a number of ways. And we're just trying to do the right thing here and make the right decision. And again, I will say to you that we will get on this, we'll stay on this until we get something done, and we'll try to do that soon, because like you, I'm hearing it all the time.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And with respect to the disability community, there's another issue with respect to the disability advocate, and that I'm hearing, and it is clear that they are not content with having the Seniors Advocate Office combined or merged with persons with disabilities, a disability advocate. So, you know, and that was what is proposed by the structural review of the statutory offices of the House of Assembly. That has been proposed, and there is concern about that. Combining the advocate, that will be combining the disability advocate with the seniors office, disability office, will be detrimentally affect the persons with disabilities, and so and the important unique issues that persons with disabilities face. So I would like to know, Minister, what is your response to that?
I guess the best response I can make at this point in time is that we are listening, and we're listening to all viewpoints around this, and we're also meeting, you know, talking to various groups and so on. And I can tell you that personally, as minister, I've been trying to move this file along as quick as I can, and we're hoping to be able to get something out as soon as possible. I understand the frustration. I understand. I've talked to persons with disabilities on this. I've talked to seniors about this as well, on that recommendation. And I think it's time that we looked at it very seriously. And I'll do my utmost to move this along as quickly as possible and get this done, one way or the other.
Thank you, Minister. So the time issue and the necessity of dealing with this soon is good to hear that you recognize that, and as well,
yes,
you recognize and acknowledge the fears and concerns of persons with disabilities.
We're taking all that into account.
That with the merging of these two important, very important advocates. Thank you. With respect to, I'll move now to salaries. Can you, Minister, outline what positions were vacant to give us salary savings?
So which line was that?
That was under 3.102, Disability Policy Office, under salaries. 01 salaries.
Savings from the 24-25 budget as a result as a result of that was vacancies during the year in the department program coordinator position.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to, this is the final area that I'd like to explore, and that's with respect to grants and subsidies. I wonder if you could give a list of where this funding went, and last year more than budgeted was given out. Why hasn't the number for this year been increased to reflect that? That's under grants and subsidies. So if you could give a list of where this funding went, first of all, and then explain that last year there had been more than budgeted was given out, and why hasn't the number for this year been increased to reflect that?
Okay.
And those are my questions.
I'll answer both.
Thank
I'll
you.
keep them separate. So,
okay.
First of all, grant programs, accessible vehicle grants for 24-25 was the 520,000.
This was the budget. This is what we spent.
Yeah, we in the budget was 350, and we spent 520, which is a good thing. Accessible taxi grants, we budgeted 50,000, and we spent 50,000. Inclusion grants, 75,000. We spent 75,000. Capacity grants, 250,000. We spent 250,000. Coalition of Persons with Disabilities core funding, we budgeted 34,000. We spent 34,000. Paratransit grant, 94.5. We spent 94.5. Summer camp inclusion grants, 50,000. We spent 50,000. So the increase, the $170,000 increase, was came in 24-25 as a result of increased need in accessible vehicle funding grants, with savings reallocated from seniors and aging division reallocated to cover that.
Thank you, Minister. That's very helpful. Could you, I do have one final question. Do you, when I look at the document that was the handout in the communications package in Budget 2025, and there's like a listing under accessible and inclusive communities. There's a listing of the funding investments that were made, and there's a reference to, for this year, Budget 2025, $300,000 for the Community Transportation Program, which has funded more than 20 projects. Now, when I look at last year, I see that and there's a $325,000 for inclusion grants, which were 75,000 inclusion grants and capacity grants 250,000. That's 325. I just want to make sure I understand this. So is that what we're talking about when we look at community transportation program that was referenced in your handout? Is that the same thing as the $325,000 last year in the budget for inclusion grants of 75 and capacity grants 250,000? That comes to a total of 325. Are you following me? I just want to see. You know, I want that clarified because it's not clear to me.
Yeah, I know where it comes from on that, and like the Newfoundland and Labrador community transportation grants, we budgeted 300,000. But we only spent 130,000. That was application based, right? So that's the number of applications we had. But now we've been pushing this a lot, okay? And we're trying to get more information out because we believe in the Newfoundland and Labrador Community Transportation Program, and the fact that we can offer grants to communities to build transportation for seniors and persons with disabilities in their communities. Was through this grant as well? We provided monies for studies.
No. Accessibility.
Yeah, the accessibility grant. Yeah. So we also gave out monies, not under this one, but under accessibility grants for communities to get together to see if they could probably support busing in their community, or
that's the right grant.
That's the right grant. Yeah. Okay. That came. I'm sorry. That is the right grant. So we gave out a number of communities last year $10,000 to study that, and it's something that we're promoting when we go out and speak. I always end with this particular program because it's so important that, and what we're trying to do is we provide a grant for them to do the study, to hire someone to do the study or whatever they want, and they come back with whatever is needed to carry this out. If the town body and if the Lions Club body and things like that, and see if we could support transportation in that community. So it's gaining momentum as we go. We're getting more inquiries now, and I expect a bigger uptake this year. Is that okay?
Yep, that was going to be my final question. Are you seeing an uptake in
We're hoping.
Yes?
I think we will, because the 50-plus clubs that I speak to and seniors groups, we're getting a fair number of inquiries about that. And but the thing is if you're talking to your say a local group, it's important that the town council is probably one of the the councils in those towns are one of the biggest supporters that they can get, because even though the community will have a brand new bus, okay, and it'll be run by volunteers and so on, and it'll be an accessible bus with ramps attached and so on, for tar changes and oil changes, things like that, if the towns are buying in, a lot of towns have their own garages, their own maintenance people and so on, and that's what we're finding works the best. As a matter of fact, Holyrood is in the process of doing an assessment.
Yep. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. No, that completes my questions. Thank you very much, Minister and staff.
Okay, seeing no further questions.
Yes.
Do you have questions?
Yes.
Okay, member for Bonavista.
We're looking at now the 3.101. That's the seniors and aging. The Health Accord stated that Newfoundland and Labrador is one of the few provinces without legislation specific to long-term care or care of the elderly. A modern legislative framework, act and regulations is also needed for home care, supportive housing for seniors, personal care homes, and long-term care facilities. An update on the status of that legislation?
Love the bill provided, but that's covered in the Department of Health.
Okay.
Okay. But I hear you. It's the Department of Health.
So even though we're dealing with the clientele that you got a vested interest in, but that would come under health.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the child welfare, you mentioned that you're going to be looking at, for the independent living or the group homes, the foster care, and I think you might have mentioned the kinship a little closer with the foster care. I'm not sure if you're looking at the family justice system or not, and I know that that's the Department of Justice. But the Department of Justice are dealing with the children in care. And the question would be, is that I've had 2 lawyers in the area reference out on what they looked at to be concerning elements about the children and the family justice system. And in fact, I'll just give you a little quote from one of these lawyers who got over 10 years in the family court system. It said, "The entire family law system needs to be torn down and rebuilt because it works for nobody." I have constituents that come to my office. I've been directly involved with some of which children have been involved with, and I tend to agree with the lawyer that would be. I'm just wondering if you, as a department representing the children that would be in youth and their welfare, have there been concerns brought to your attention about the family justice system that you may be in consultation with the Department of Justice on?
Deputy Minister Duty.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're clear, first of all, that the family justice system and the youth that are involved with justice system may not necessarily be under the purview of CSSD.
No.
It's only children that would be in care if they're involved with the justice system that CSSD would have involvement. Yeah. So, we're the safety net for families and children when it comes to that perspective. The other item is that we meet with, there's already a working group that meets with justice on a regular basis about items dealing with the court and how to expedite things through the family court. Yeah. But again, that purview strictly resides within the Department of Justice and Public Safety.
My point in raising that, if I hearken back to before when we look at the identification and the growing list of complex cases, and I think we probably both agreed that we need to get in on the ground floor, preventative, get in early. If we know that any situations out there with children in Newfoundland and Labrador that are involved, that you know that there are pitfalls as a result of it, then that's probably where we should get involved before it comes into you, to know that we're being preventative. And I know it can be another department. All I'm saying is that they're all our children, and if we know that there's situations brought that in this system that need to be tweaked, then I would think that even though it might not come under your bailiwick, then you certainly got a vested interest to try to curb that it certainly doesn't come to your department.
So as the Minister had stated earlier, that there's ongoing effort between the Department of Children, Senior Social Development, Department of Health and Community Services, and the Department of Education on trying to ensure that there's horizontal look across and how we have intervention at the earliest point in time for families and children.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to add to that too, is that child protection social workers become involved at a point when there's a need. The children can't be kept home in the home, and they're not safe in their own home, and that's when we become involved in those situations. When we become involved in families, as you know, our main focus is to keep the child in the home with the provision of services and supports that we can provide through our social workers. That's our main focus here.
And again, just on the last point, I know that we're looking at the well-being and the mental health of those children, that we want to make sure that their path is linear to healthy adulthood as possible. And if we find that all of a sudden we've got separation of a parent that goes on for a year and a half as a result of a justice system that don't enact court orders, then I would think it's quite possible that that child may develop some behaviors, manifest itself that could be problematic, whether for the K-12 system, which I know this, even though the children are 10, or for your department.
Yeah,
That's the only
just
point.
one other thing,
on that.
too. As of September 30th, 2024, we had 2,175 families receiving supports under our protective intervention program.
Okay, 2,500?
2,175 families. It's quite large.
Yep. On the foster care program, and I just bring this to your attention now from cases that I'm familiar with. That's all. I reached out to the department, and I think one of your officials reached out to the foster mom. At a conversation, the foster mom had some concerns about the regulations that would be within the care, and I understand that there's a variety and there's reasons for everything. But I know that even after the conversation that she had, that she was very appreciative of, she had some concerns about the foster care program and the children. The genesis of which she states, of which the conversation was that the bottom line / policy is that family connection is best regardless of what havoc it leaves in its wake. In other words, the family connection's got to be maintained regardless of whether there's a court order that doesn't provide any, for one of the parents with the child, there's no custody, the courts rule against it, but still there had to be the linkages, even when the children didn't wish it, but it had to occur. And I think she looked at the turmoil within the children and just questioned as to what the regulations and the policy would be. And that's beyond me. I'm no social worker. I just know that I know this lady in particular, and she's a class act, and I respect of what her viewpoints would be and the concern. And if I may, before you address, and I know that one became public recently, and that I won't mention any, and the recent public was another foster mother, of which the had stated publicly that she was a working mom, and the understanding was that the children that were in her care, there was going to be remuneration and support with getting the kids to and from the school and to and from various appointments that they would have. Again, because apparently she had stated that she had used up all her sick leave and everything was used up. Eventually, the children were removed from that foster care and were put into one of the homes that we referenced, that we're talking about, the group homes. Tragedy struck one of them, one remains there. And you're probably familiar with the situation that I had heard when I was driving. That was concerning. But I know that you can't speak particular cases. I know that because there are other variables that I'm not aware of and the listeners are not aware of that we hear, and I respect that. But the only thing, when I go back to my resident, the foster mom in my district, I can vouch for her. And I know that the situation she said and what she explained, what was being impressed upon and what had to happen, I, without any background, would disagree with it as well. And if the family connection got to occur without any prohibitions or any restrictions, that is concerning. And keep in mind, in the school, we had a guidance counselor in our school, and the guidance counselor would listen to the children, the child, and understand what their concerns were, and we would try to mitigate those concerns as a school system. That's the way it worked. But according to the foster mom, that's not what works, and she contends that the children don't have a voice, and she don't know when that would occur, that the children would have a voice. Now that's a lot to digest. I just throw that out, and I know you're doing analysis of the foster care, and I do believe that that is a good positive direction, is having more foster homes for the children that we want to provide the ultimate care for. And I do go back to the point that early intervention is sometimes the best strategy, and resourcing it can be problematic. I totally understand. But early intervention, I think, is very significant.
So first of all, thank you for your comments, and as you said, there's no way to speak specifics about cases. the literature will tell you, and the clinicians will tell you, that connection with family is really important to the development of a child. So every case is different depending, but having that linkage back to family actually helps prolong people staying in foster homes until parents are able to, or keeps adoptive families together. The literature all demonstrates that. This is not a Newfoundland and Labrador standard. This is a national standard, and I would say in some cases international standard. So, and the one thing this is what social workers, their primary role is the assessment of where children stay. So it is a clinical decision on whether a child needs to be removed from a parent or from a foster home and replaced in a place that deems them to be safe. What you need to unpack around all that is that some children have lots of complexities, and and those you put all the wraparound support you can around them, and unfortunately sometimes you're still going to have tragedy. But the system is designed that way. And I'm not a social worker either, but I've been responsible for the last 3 years, and they're making judgment calls based on their clinical expertise.
Okay. Yep, here, that's good. One thing that lady, and just the last point on that, she had mentioned that she had ran up her credit to the point there where she never had any more room, waiting for CSSD to reimburse her on, I think, the travel. So I don't know, again, can't talk particular cases, and I would think that you're not aware of any lag in legitimate claims for reimbursing foster parents or foster homes?
So that's
Deputy Minister Duty.
I almost answered the question for you, but I just wondered if you're aware.
No, so I mean, there is, I mean, the reality is it's still, so this is one of the items that is actually under review within the department as well, is expedition of payments. So the process now requires, the person in the field or staff member in the office that's responsible for the area it ends, and the financial system comes in and be reviewed. And so there may be times when there are delays, so I don't want you to think that everything flows out as quickly as possible, because these are not necessarily expenses that are covered under their block or base amount, but there are things that are extraordinary, so it has to be brought to the department's attention to be paid. So there may be delays, but those are things that are, staff work diligently to get those paid at a period of time. I can't speak to that specific case that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We are working towards making sure that our payments get out in a timely manner. Sorry.
Yes. I just wanted to ask one question for curiosity. Are you aware of the number of those with disabilities out in our population that were receiving the disability tax credit federally? Like you're going to, everything is based on someone having the disability tax credit. I'm just wondering the department's knowledge of whether people out there have that disability tax credit. Do you know the numbers?
Deputy Minister Duty.
So those numbers can be provided through the Department of Finance. What I can tell you is that when we did the analysis on the disability tax, not on the disability benefit for the province, I think at the time there was approximately 5,000 individuals that would have been eligible for the benefit because they already had a DTC. What's important to note is that those that don't have income may not have applied for a DTC because they may not necessarily see the benefit of it. So we're expecting that there will be more people come on. So there's lots of education. So ADM English's team and the Disability Policy Office have been running several sessions with the disability community. There's been lots of uptake on that, and there's resources in place through the federal government to help process the DTC.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the minister and Minister Abbott were there at one where we had Inclusion Canada NL. I attended that session. You had to head out for meetings. But one of the stats that was reported there was they looked at the figure that in Newfoundland and Labrador, 65,000 would, that was the number that they had stated. A portion of that number, I think they looked at 30%.
Yeah, you're right. 31% of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians identify
as having a disability.
And
whether they would meet the criteria for the disability tax credit, that is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I wonder...
I got to say this too.
Yep.
When I was out in my district and getting questions on this. I asked about the DTC and if anybody that had a disability was if they in actual fact had applied for that.
Yeah.
And yes, they have. They already had it. So, but there's still a fair bit of work to do, and we're doing that diligently, and we have people that are constantly on the phones helping. So,
yeah, it's awareness. It's an awareness as well that we need to do. Yeah. At a conscious of time, I'm tempted to ask, but I'm not. I'm going to can move on from that section.
Okay.
Chair?
Seeing no further questions, I now ask the clerk to recall the subhead.
3.1.01 to 3.1.03 inclusive policy and programs.
Shall 3.1.01 to 3.1.03 inclusive policy and programs carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. I ask the clerk to call the next subhead.
4.1.01 to 4.1.03 inclusive prevention and early intervention.
4.1.01 to 4.1.03 inclusive prevention and early intervention. Member for Bonavista.
4.101 salaries. Can you provide information about which positions have been vacant and for how long? That's giving the salary savings of $800,000.
The savings from the 24-25 budget result of vacancies in client services officers' positions during the year. So what we're saying is that there's a turnover. It's the turnover of people moving at all the time, and that's what's causing this.
What is the current outstanding balance of overpayments due to income support? And while you're
the answer to that question would be from the latest stats we have is $124 million.
So in the AG's report in 2024, they had the accounts receivable income support overpayments was 111.6 was in that report. And that was a 64% increase since 2019.
So it's intact. Yeah.
Okay. What?
I'll ask Alan to respond to that.
Okay. Yeah.
Deputy Minister Duty.
Yeah. So sorry, I apologize. So so you'll notice there's been a trend of a high increase of overpayments being reflected in the income support overpayments budget, but that's majority of that is a correlation to CERB overpayments, so folks that received income support and CERB, and because we've received that data, we've been reconciling with the federal data, and that data has all been reconciled now up to March 31st, 2025. So we're expecting in the next fiscal year you'll see us return to the increase in overpayments based on historical data, which is more in the time frame of $1 to $2 million a year. So not this big increase, but that's what that's reflecting.
Now, are you sure it's all reconciled up to that?
Yeah, March 31st, 2025. The staff just finished all the reconciliation for all the data that was provided by the federal government for CERB.
Okay.
So on the next year, we should start to see that the increase is not so significant as we've seen over the last few years.
Okay. But that's not to say that we don't have income support clients out there that still owe money.
Absolutely. So their income support clients, we don't take any more than 5% of their income support. So we're not like, so they're not like they're cut off from income support or anything like that. We're still providing. Our rule is we take 5% of that back.
Yeah. And needless to say, they can't support, they really can't afford the 5%. Not in a lot of the cases that I'm familiar with. But I know they're going to be paying it for the next several decades, some of them.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. How many households received income support last year?
In 24-25, the average monthly caseload was 20,942 households. The caseload was comprised of 29,213 individuals, 22,192 adults, and 7,021 children under the age of 18.
27,000?
No, 7,021.
Okay, yeah. 7,021 children. Is that trending up from last year? Is it up slightly from last year?
Yeah, I think the individual caseloads may be up a smidgen, but not a whole lot.
Okay. In the allowances and assistance, 4.102 income support program policy.
This one is it? 4.102, yep.
Yep. The allowances, breakdown of the 219.6 million by program. Now, would that be on your, would that be listed? And I just wonder if there's anything here in addition to the income, support?
So what would be?
That's the allowances and assistance.
Yeah, allowance and assistance, basically what we have is savings from the 24-25 budget is due to the timing in the rollout of new benefits during the year.
The timing and rollout of new benefits.
Yeah.
Okay, and the revenue provincially, the 4.2 million.
Yeah, what we're recovering from individuals that owe us money, is $4,200,000.
Who owes the money?
Who owes?
No, I just wonder. You said it was money that was owing to the province?
Yes.
From? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Overpayment. It's from overpayments.
From overpayments.
Yep.
That's what was collected back in.
Yep.
Collected through CRA. Would it be a lot of that from the CERB?
Some of that it's a mix, right? Clients themselves and other sources that may be deducting.
Okay. Yep. All right. Fair enough. Yep. 4.103, social economic well-being. We know that many advocacy groups and NGOs have established a need for multi-core funding. Has this occurred? And if it hasn't, are we headed in that direction soon?
Yeah, the Department of Finance is now working with all government departments that have grant funding for community organizations, and I think they're determining a process for applications for core funding. So it is being looked at. And I know where that's coming from and the questions around that. And so, you know, they are looking, which is great.
Okay. In salaries here, not sure what positions were vacant, or a position was vacant to give the savings of 126,000?
136.3, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, savings from the 24-25 budget due to vacancies in program and policy development specialist and a supervisor of youth program positions.
And are these being fulfilled now?
Yes, we are in the process of recruiting now.
Okay, all right. And finally, in the grants and subsidies, we had 3.6 million. Can you give an overview of where this money goes?
I can, yes, I can. Community Youth Network, 2,862,200. Community Sector Council, 206,200. Grants to youth organizations, 451,500. Additional unallocated grant funding is 116,000. So our total is 3,636,700.
Just one of your department, and maybe another department, but I know that you got a vested interest in it. The food bank usage, is it staying constant, increasing, decreasing? Would you have any data related to food bank?
We don't have the data.
No. Anyway, that will conclude my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I ask the clerk to recall the subhead.
4.1.01 to 4.1.03 inclusive, prevention and early intervention.
Shall 4.1.01 to 4.1.03 inclusive, prevention and early intervention carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Total for the Department of Children, Seniors, and Social Development.
Shall the total for the Department of Children, Seniors, and Social Development carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Shall I report the estimates of the Department of Children, Seniors, and Social Development? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. There's no date for the next. No. Now the next meeting will be at the call of the chair. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.